Thank you and welcome to our program for today, the 13th day of December 2020. The year is running to an end. Remember that our program starts at 5:45. Some people will put it at 17:45 hours or 5:45 p.m. And it starts with none other program other than the Yoruba program, Itan Lede Yoruba, by Lady IBK Sanusi, and that is Apeke Ade. Do stay on with us as we will come back.
Àgbà olólùfẹ́ yín Ìbùkún Olúwa ọmọ Sànúsí tí ẹ mọ̀ sí Àpèkẹ́ tún dé pẹ̀lú àrà ọ̀tọ̀ àlọ́ tó kún fún ọgbọ́n òye àti ọ̀rọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹ máa bá wa ká lọ, àṣà Yorùbá kò ní parun.
Ẹ kú ilé là ń kára lé, ẹ kú ọ̀nà là ń ké rọ̀nà. Mo mọ̀ pé àlàáfíà ni a wà ní ibi gbogbo tí a ti ń gbọ́ mi. Inú mi dùn láti tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú ìtàn tí mò ń bá lọ ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe mọ̀, ìtàn ògbójú ọdẹ nínú igbó irúnmọlẹ̀ ni à ń kà fún wa. Àkàrà ògùn ní ògbójú ọdẹ náà. Lọ́sẹ̀ tó kọjá a sọ bí ọ̀rọ̀ òun àti àwọn òbí ẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́. Ní ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí, a bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ìgbà ìkíni àkàrà ògùn nínú igbó irúnmọlẹ̀. Ẹ máa bá mi ká lọ. Ohun tí ojú bàbá mi rí kò tó nǹkan lára tèmi. Nígbà tí mo bá sì ronú nípa tèmi yìí náà, ẹ̀rù àwọn tí wọ́n tún dàgbà jù mí lọ a máa bà mí. Nítorí bí arúgbó bá ní kí òun ka ohun tí ojú òun rí kí òun tó gbó sínú ayé, àwọn ọmọdé mìíràn ìbá máa gbàdúrà kí àwọn kú ní èwe. Nígbà tí mo ti mọ bí ọmọ ọdún 10 ni mo ti ń bá bàbá mi lọ sí ìgbẹ́ ọdẹ. Nígbà tí mo sì tó ọmọ ọdún 15 ni mo ti dá ìbọn yín fún ara mi. Bàbá mi kú nígbà tí mo di ọmọ ọdún 25 géré. Nígbà tí ó sì kú yìí, àtowó tó ní àtògùn tó ní, ògùn ni mo fi gbogbo wọn jẹ. Kó tó kú pẹ̀lú mo ti ń pa irin, ọwọ́ mi sì ti ń ba ẹ̀fọn. Ṣàṣà ẹranko ni ìbọn mi kò tilẹ̀ tí ì pa. Nígbà tó di oṣù kẹta nínú ọdún 26 tí mo ti dé inú ayé, ni mo hé ìbọn mi lọ́sàn-án ọjọ́ kan báyìí. Mo bá igbó irúnmọlẹ̀ lọ. Igbó náà jẹ́ igbó ńlá kan. Ó tó wákàtí 6 sí ìlú wa. Ọ̀nà ibẹ̀ sì ni ọ̀nà òkè Láńdódo. Ọ̀nà ibẹ̀ náà ni ọ̀nà ìsálú ọ̀run. Kò sí ohun tí kò pé tán sínú igbó tí à ń sọ yìí. Ibẹ̀ ni ilé gbogbo fún àwọn ẹranko búburú ayé. Ibẹ̀ sì ni ibùgbé àwọn abàmì ẹyẹ. Igbó burúkú ni igbó irúnmọlẹ̀. Ibẹ̀ ni ilé àwọn ẹyin kan pàápàá. Ó pẹ́ púpọ̀ kí n tó dé ibẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ ti ń ṣú lọ. Agbára káká ni ènìyàn fi ń rí ìlàwọ́ pẹ̀lú. Ó wá rẹ̀ mí díẹ̀ lálẹ́ ọjọ́ tí mo dé ọ̀hún. N ò sì lè tanná ṣe ọdẹ òru ní ọjọ́ náà. mo bá dáná sínú ihò igi kan báyìí, mo sì mú iṣu nínú àpò ọdẹ mi, mo sún jẹ. Lẹ́yìn èyí ni mo kó àwọn ewé igi tí ó rẹ̀ sílẹ̀ jọ, mo fi wọ́n ṣe ibùsùn mi. Mo fi àpò ọdẹ mi ṣe ìrọ̀rí, mo sì ki ìbọn mi dáadáa, mo gbé sí ìgbèrí mi. Lẹ́yìn tí mo ṣe nǹkan wọ̀nyí tán, mo fi ẹ̀yìn lé ilẹ̀, mo sùn lọ. Kò pẹ́ púpọ̀ tí mo sùn nígbà tí mo jí. Àṣé igbe àwọn iwin ló jí mi lọ́gànjọ́ òru. Wọ́n ń ta ọjà lóru nítorí bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé tọ̀sán tòru ni wọ́n fi máa ń jáde nínú igbó yìí. Síbẹ̀síbẹ̀, òru ni wọ́n máa ń lọ fún iṣẹ́ ṣíṣe. Àkókò náà sì ni wọ́n máa ń kó ẹjọ́ wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ ọba wọn, orúkọ ẹni tí ń jẹ́ olórí igbó. Àánú ṣe mí láti sọ fún ọ pé igi tí mo dáná sí ìdí rẹ̀ ni inú rẹ̀ ni ọba ń gbé. Títí mo fi sùn ní tèmi, n mọ nǹkan kan. Àfi ìgbà tí mo tó jí tí mò ń gbọ́ tí àwọn ẹni bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ké igbe ọjà tí wọ́n ń tà ní ẹ̀rù ń bà mí. Tí mo gbé ìbọn mi, tí mo sọ́kọ́ èjìká, tí mo fi àpò ọdẹ mi kọrùn, tí mo rọra fà á mọ́ ìtàkùn tí ó dì mọ́ igi tí mo dáná sí ìdí rẹ̀ yìí, tí mo gun orí rẹ̀ lọ. Láì túmọ̀ pé orí ọba àwọn ibi ni orí ọba àwọn iwin ni mò ń mú gùn. Ó wá jẹ́ pé mo túbọ̀ dá ọ̀ràn mọ́ ọ̀ràn. Mo dúró ní ìdí kòtò, mo gun orí ẹni ẹlẹ́ni. Nígbà tó pẹ́ díẹ̀ tí mo ti dé orí igi lọ́hùn tán, ní àwọn ìjòyè ọba bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí dé. Iná ńlá kan bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jó ní apá kan báyìí, èyí tí ó mú gbogbo ìdí igi náà mọ́lẹ̀ kedere. Bí àwọn irin náà ti ń dé ni wọ́n jókòó yí ìdí igi yíká. Onírúurú ni gbogbo wọn, wọ́n dàbí aṣọ alágẹmọ ni. Òmíràn fi orí rìn, òmíràn tọ́ bí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́, òmíràn kò ní apá kò ní ẹsẹ̀, ó dàbí olúkiribiti. Níkẹyìn gbogbo wọn ní akéwì ọba dé o. Ó sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kéwì báyìí, ó wípé olórí igbó, olórí igbó, ìwọ ni ọlọ́jà iwin. Wọ́n ní ìwọ ni ọlọ́jà iwin, kò sí ọlọ́jà tó dàbí rẹ̀, àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́yìn tí ó sọ báyìí tán ni olórí igbó pàápàá ké igbe ńláńlá. Ohùn rẹ̀ sì gba gbogbo igbó kan tó bẹ́ẹ̀ tí àwọn ẹranko ìgbẹ́ pa lọ́lọ́, tí àwọn ẹyẹ tí ó sùn jí ní ìtẹ́ wọn, tí àwọn ẹja sá lọ sí ìsàlẹ̀ ibú ní omi òkun, tí àwọn ewéko ìgbẹ́ sì tẹ orí wọn ba. Ohùn kejì kẹ́kẹ́ pa mọ́ igbó lẹ́nu, ó ní iná tí ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, ọwọ́ ọmọ aráyé ni o. Olórí igbó kò lè wá mọ́, ẹ kò wo gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ tí ń bẹ lọ́rùn lókè. Nígbà tí ó wí báyìí tán, gbogbo wọn gbé ojú sókè, wọ́n sì rí mi. Oníjó ń jó, aláyọ̀ ń yọ̀, wọ́n ń dá mọ́sọ̀ nítorí mi, wọ́n fẹ́ pa mí jẹ. Ibi tí wọ́n ti ń pẹ̀rọ bí wọn yóò ṣeré mi lulẹ̀ ni mo rántí òògùn mi kan báyìí, egbé ni. Mo bá sáwéré, mo sì bára mi ní ìyàrá mi nílé. Egbé ti gbé mi dé ibẹ̀. Nígbà tí mo jókòó pẹ́ díẹ̀ tí ojú mi wálẹ̀ tí mo sì rí pé ìyàrá mi ni mo wà, ojú tì mí, mo wí fún ara mi pé ìjẹ́ ìtìjú ńlá kọ́ ni èyí. Èmi tí mò ń pe ara mi ní ọdẹ. Ìgbé ìkíní tí mo lọ lẹ́yìn ikú bàbá mi náà ni mo tún sábọ̀ yìí. Èmi tí mò ń pe ara mi ní ọdẹ, ikú mà yá ju ẹ̀ sílẹ̀. Wọ́n tún padà sínú igbó náà. Ṣé àkàrògùn ni orúkọ mi? Àjẹ́ tó bá sọ pé òun ò jẹ mí, eyín rẹ̀ ó kà á. Oṣó tó bá sọ pé òun ò rí mi, ìbọn ni yóò pa jẹ. Ẹni tó bá sì fi owó pa idà mi lójú, idà mi yóò gé ni. Bọ́wọ́ bá mú oúnjẹ lọ sẹ́nu, yóò tún padà. Èdùmàrè jẹ́ kí n padà dé ilé dandan. Bí mo ti sọ báyìí tán, mo ṣa ogun mi. Egbé tún gbé mi padà. Wéré ó sì gbé mi, ṣùgbọ́n dípò orí igi ẹ̀kan, mo bá ara mi lórí ọ̀pẹ tí èmi ti ìbọn lọ́wọ́. Gbogbo ẹ̀gún ọ̀pẹ sì ń gún mi lára. N kò pẹ́ púpọ̀ lórí ọ̀pẹ yìí nígbà tí òjò bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í rọ̀. Ó pa mí, etí mi fẹ́rẹ̀ dì. Nígbà tí ó kù díẹ̀ kí ilẹ̀ mọ́ ni òjò náà dá. Bí ó sì ti dá tán ni mo sọ̀kalẹ̀. Mo mú ìṣáná mi níbi tí mo fi pamọ́ sí nítorí òjò. Mo sá a, mo sì dá iná sí ìdí ọ̀pẹ. Mo bọ́ ẹ̀wù ọrùn mi, mo ń fi ra iná kí ó bá lè tètè gbẹ. Láìpẹ́ ó gbẹ. Mo tún bọ́ ṣòkòtò mi, mo tún fi ra iná. Láìpẹ́ òun náà gbẹ. Lẹ́yìn eléyìí ni mo sun iṣu kékeré kan báyìí jẹ. Nígbà tí mo sì jẹ ẹ́ tán, mo kí ìkòkò mi bọ ẹnu, mo ṣá iná sí i, ó ń rò èéfín tùú, ọkàn mi sì balẹ̀ dáadáa. Ibi tí mo ti ń mu ìkòkò yìí tí mò ń gbádùn ara mi ni mo ti gbọ́ tí ẹnìkan ń kù lápá ibi tí igi àwùsá kan báyìí wà. Nígbà tí mo sì bẹ ojú wo ibẹ̀, mo rí ọkùnrin tí tóbi dúdú kan, ó ń kù wípé àwọn olóòórùn wọ̀nyí dénà, wọn kò ní jẹ́ kí olúwa rẹ̀ sinmi. Wọn kò tilẹ̀ wo ibẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀mejì, mo ń já ìkòkò tèmi lọ nítorí mo ti mọ̀ pé ẹbọra inú àwùsá ni. Nítorí ìkòkò mi inú sì ṣe ń gbé. Àwọn ẹni ò fẹ́ òórùn rárá. Nígbà tí mo mọ̀ pé ó túbọ̀ ń kùn, mo kọ ojú sí apá ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ̀, mo ń yọ èéfín ìkòkò mi. Inú túbọ̀ ń bí. Ó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bú mi, ó ní alákọ̀rí, òkú òórùn, bójú kò ní wẹ̀, bóyá àgbẹ̀ kò ní nídìí, gbogbo ara rẹ̀ ń dá òórùn pani, eyín rẹ̀ gbogbo ń pọ́n koko. Nígbà tí mo gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, inú bí mi. Mo kọjú sí mo sì rí pé ìwọ yìí tún ń bú mi láyé yìí. Ìwọ abí ara dúdú fafa, wo bí òkú ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ yìí. Bí ìwọ kò bá ṣọ́ra níbi tí o wà, wọn ò dá iná mọ́ ọ lórí. Nígbà tí mo wí bẹ́ẹ̀ tán, kò fọhùn mọ́. Ó yí ojú padà, ó ń lọ, ó sì ń pòṣì bí ó ti ń lọ. Ó yà mí lẹ́nu pé bí òjò ti pọ̀ tó lóru yìí, bí ilẹ̀ ti ń mọ́ ni òòrùn tún ń yọ. Òòrùn náà sì ràn ṣúlẹ̀ ọjọ́ náà kù. Nígbà tí ó tó ìdákọ̀mù, mo gbé ìbọn mi, mo sì mú àpò ọdẹ mi, mo fi kọ́ èjìká mi. Ó di inú igbó. Mo ń wá ẹran kiri. Mo rìn títí n kò rí ẹran pa. N kò tilẹ̀ rí ẹran kọjá àfi ẹyẹ tí mò ń gbọ́. Àṣé n kò tíì dé apá ibi tí àwọn ẹranko wà ní. Nígbà tí ó pẹ́ díẹ̀, mo dé ibẹ̀, mo sì rí àwọn ẹranko wọn ń sá káàkiri. Inú mi dùn púpọ̀, mo sì jókòó, mo ń tún ìbọn mi ṣe. Lẹ́yìn èyí ni mo dìde, mo já ewé há ẹnu kí àwọn ẹranko kó bá ṣe bí igi nínú. Mo sì dúró ní ìyàgì kan, mo ń ṣọ́ wọn. Àkókò tí n bá rí wọn pa gan ni mo dédé rí abàmì ẹ̀dá kan tí kò ga ju ìdí mi, tí ó gbé ẹní kékeré kan lọ́wọ́ tí ó sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kùn. Bí ó ti ń kùn yìí ni omi ń bọ́ lójú rẹ̀, tí kùn ń yọ nínú rẹ̀. Kíkùn rẹ̀ náà sì ń lé àwọn ẹranko lọ. Mo tilẹ̀ kọ́ ṣe bí yóò tètè dákẹ́ ni, ṣùgbọ́n dípò kí ó dákẹ́, ṣe ló túbọ̀ ń kùn ṣáá. Nígbà tí ó bá sì pẹ́ díẹ̀, a máa sọkún, a sì máa ké igbe ńlá, gbogbo àwọn ẹranko a sì máa sá lọ. Nígbà tí ó pẹ́, n kò lè fi ara da kíkùn rẹ̀ náà mọ́. Mo bá kọjú sí i, mo wí tìbínú báyìí pé ẹni òyìn mà tilẹ̀ bàjẹ́ o. Ẹ̀yin tí ń ṣe ikun nímú òyìn, kí ló tilẹ̀ ń pa ọ́ lẹ́kún? Kí ló tilẹ̀ fi ẹni ṣe? Bó bá tètè dákẹ́, màá yìnbọn pa ọ́ ni. Nígbà tí mo wí báyìí tán, ó wò mí bí ẹni pé kò tilẹ̀ bìkítà fún mi. Ó wò mí lójú burúkú, ó sì wí báyìí pé báyìí ni ẹ̀yin ọmọ aráyé máa ń ṣe. Ẹ̀yin aforóṣú ni ṣe. Àwa máa wò yín, ojú yín ò gbébì kan. Ẹ̀ ń bá hílàhílò kiri. Àwọn tí wọ́n bá rí jẹ nínú yín, wọ́n á máa wá ipò ọlá, wọ́n á fẹ́ máa jayé ọba. Wọ́n á gbàgbé pọ́mọ ìka ò dọ́gba. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìwà ẹ̀dá yín kọ́, ọkàn yín ìbàlẹ̀. Ẹni tí inú rẹ̀ bá dùn lónìí, àwọn ènìyàn rẹ̀ ò ní sinmi lọ́la. Òní ikú ọ̀la àrùn, òní ìjà ọ̀la ìrojú, òní ẹkún ọ̀la ìbànújẹ́. Lẹ́yìn ọmọ aráyé ń bá kiri. Nígbà táwa bá sì ronú pa yín, àánú yín á ṣe wá. A máa sunkún nítorí yín. Ṣùgbọ́n dípò kí ẹ̀yin máa fẹ́ràn wa, kí ẹ sì máa jó, kí ẹ máa yọ̀, ẹ máa fi ẹní wa gàn wá, ẹ máa fi ikùn bú wa, ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ wa bí ìyà, ẹ máa sọ bí ẹ̀gbin, ẹ máa sọ pé omi lójú egbére. Bí n kò bá ní purọ́, ojú tì mí díẹ̀ láti gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó sọ yìí. Nítorí nínú gbogbo èébú tó bú wa nítòótọ́, kò sọ́kan nínú èyí tí ò bá wa mu. Àwọn nígbà tí n fẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé èébú náà dùn mí, mo bá bú sẹ́rìn. Mo ní kó jẹ́wọ́ pé èmi ń bá ṣeré ni o. Ó bá kọjú sí ọ̀nà, ó ń sun ikùn rẹ̀ lọ. Nígbà tó rìn díẹ̀, mo wí nínú ara mi pé ọwọ́ ara ẹni la máa fi ń tún ọ̀ràn ẹni ṣe. Kí ní ṣe tí n kò tilẹ̀ bẹ́ kí ó ṣe mí lóore? Mo bá pè padà, mo dọ̀bálẹ̀ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀, mo bẹ̀ kí ó má ṣàì ṣe mí lóore kan. Inú rẹ̀ dùn pé mo ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó sì fún mi ní odidi ataare 4. Ó kó wọn fún mi ní méjì. Ó sọ fún mi pé bí ìjàmbá bá dé, tí mo bá lá ọ̀kan jẹ nínú odidi méjì ti ṣáájú tí mo mú ẹyọ atare kan jẹ níbẹ̀ màá ní ìyá apá màá sì máa fò káàkiri bí mo bá sì fẹ́ kí ìyá apá mi wọlé n ó lá ọ̀kan nínú odidi méjì ti ìgbẹ̀yìn n ó sì mú ẹyọ atare kan jẹ nígbà tí mo bá dún ògùn nínú kọ́ amúbíná ni ògùn náà. A ó dáni dúró ní ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí fún ìtàn bí ìrìn àjò àkàràbù ṣe jẹ́ ní ìgbà àkọ́kọ́ ní ibi irúnmọlẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ a ó máa tẹ̀síwájú. Mo fẹ́ kí a darapọ̀ mọ́ mi nítorí pé nǹkan kì í sí ẹsẹ̀ àgọ́ mo sì fẹ́ ká jẹ́ alábàápín nínú tó ń bọ̀. Ìtàn náà ń ṣe kí ni mo ṣàràjọbọ. Àpèkẹ́ Adé lorúkọ mi o, èmi náà ni wọ́n ní tẹ̀lé ní ṣe mi. Títí ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ ńkọ́ ẹ má ṣe ohun tí wọ́n ní ṣe ó dìgbà kan náà.
ẹ kú kàlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ wo ọkùnrin obìnrin ọmọdé àti àgbà olólùfẹ́ yín ìbùkún olúwa ọmọ Sànúsí tí ẹ mọ̀ sí Àpèkẹ́ tún dé pẹ̀lú àrà ọ̀tọ̀ àlọ́ tó kún fún ọgbọ́n òye àti ọ̀rọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ máa bá wa ká lọ àṣà Yorùbá kò ní parun.
Thank you and welcome to the news highlight for this week. My own name is Samuel Oludare Jiroko. And the first one we'll be picking on today is on Brexit. Many of us that are living in the United Kingdom and all those people that have interest in the United Kingdom and the European Union would know that the UK will be exiting the EU at the end of this month. That is on the 30th of December, which is just about a few weeks away. Starting from the 1st of January 2021, the UK's relationship with EU will not be the same again. And of course, that will affect some couple of things. So, but despite that, over the course of 2 weeks, there is a view and a direction that there's a possibility that the UK will leave without a deal. But if we are going to take cognizance of the incoming news, both parties from the UK and the EU seems to have agreed that there are some things that could not be resolved by the end of this year, and that could take on after the 31st of December. So we'll take this straight on from BBC, and it comes under the heading Brexit trade talks, UK and EU to go the extra mile in effort to agree deal. The UK and EU have agreed to carry on post-Brexit trade talks after a call between leaders earlier on Sunday. In a joint statement, Boris Johnson and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said it was responsible at this point to go the extra mile. The pair discussed major unresolved topics during their call. The two sides had said Sunday was the deadline for a decision on whether to continue with talks, with the UK set to leave EU rules at the end of the month. The leaders agreed to tell negotiators to carry on talks in Brussels to see whether an agreement can even at this late stage be reached. They did not say how long these latest talks will continue, but the ultimate deadline is 31st of December, and time must be allowed for the UK and European parliaments to vote on any deal that emerges before then. That comes under the heading Brexit trade talks, UK and EU to go the extra mile in efforts to agree deal. The second one coming right on will still be on the UK, but This has to do with immigration. We've shared this report or news on Facebook Live and, of course, on our Facebook page as well. And we think that is very, very important for us to bring it up so that people from the migrant community might take cognizance of this report. And this comes from Guardian. And it comes under the heading, Councils Vow to Defy UK Rule on Deporting Migrant Rough Sleepers. It comes with a subhead, Home Office plan to expel homeless non-UK nationals, punishes most vulnerable, say critics. A growing number of councils, charities, and other organizations have pledged to boycott new Home Office rules to criminalize and deport migrant rough sleepers. The Home Office changed the UK immigration rules on 1st December, although it has not yet published guidance about how to apply them. Local authorities, MPs, anti-trafficking organizations, and homeless organizations, including Crisis and St. Mungo's, are warning that the rules, which could withhold leave to remain from migrants found to be rough sleeping or revoke it from those who have it, will punish and criminalize some of the most vulnerable. The majority of the UK's migrant rough sleepers are in London, with about half of those rough sleeping in the capital thought to be migrants. The Greater London Authority is refusing to cooperate with the Home Office and has stated the GLA and its commission services will not collaborate with such draconian measures. Annegate Council has said it will not collaborate with the Home Office on the new policy, and Islington Council has said the same, warning that this kind of cooperation with the Home Office will compromise relationships of trust with vulnerable rough sleepers. Southwark Council has also voiced concerns. That comes from Guardian under the heading, Councils Vow to Defy UK Rule on Deporting Migrant Rough Sleepers. And last but not the least for this week comes from BBC, and this has to do with migrants crossing the sea. During the course of the week, we received a video. Unfortunately, we won't be able to show it on this program, and it shows the Greece authority, Coast Guards, attempting to deflate the dinghy that some of the migrants were on, obviously wanting them to sink. But let's take this. This comes under the heading, Pushbacks. Migrants accuse Greece of sending them back out to sea. And that is by Kostas Kallegis. In the early hours of a Sunday in late November, 16-year-old Jansi Kibenga tried to reach Europe for a third time. He was on one of the three dinghies that landed on the Greek island of Lesbos that day from Turkey. On that occasion, as with his two previous attempts, Jansi claims he was forcibly returned to Turkish waters. So-called pushbacks, without consideration of a migrant's individual circumstances and without any possibility of applying for asylum, are illegal under international human rights law. Greece has denied it uses such methods, insisting it is complying with European and international law and protecting the borders of the European Union. Like I said at the start of this, we have a video of the Greece Coast Guards attempting to deflate the dinghies that some of these migrants were on. We're just going to put it right on the comment box of our Facebook Live for anyone that is interested in that. And this brings us to the end of this section. Please do stay on with us for other segments of this program.
Welcome to Parenting Tips with MM. We have been on the series that I titled Power in the Words of Parents. This is the third part in that series. In part one, I basically set out to encourage parents to use their words to bless their children, because words are powerful, and what parents say over their children will come into manifestation. It's only a matter of time. So I'd like you to view words as seeds that will produce after its own kind when planted. In the second part of the series, we looked at the fact that parents can easily become guilty of only making comments on what their children have done wrong. It is important to correct our children. It is also good to catch them doing something right and to comment on it. We call such things words of affirmation, and they have many advantages. I will encourage you to listen to those previous teachings. They will really bless you. In continuation, today, I'd like to conclude on this series, so I'll try to pack in as much as I can into this session. There is power in the word of parents, and we have to become intentional about the way we use our words. We can bless our children with our words. We can employ positive affirmations. Here are some more things we can do intentionally with our words. Instruct your children with your words. Sit your children down from time to time to teach them about life, about your faith. Give them sex education. Teach them any other thing that you want to teach them. Help them to become security conscious, Use opportunities that you have to transfer skills to them. It doesn't have to look like a formal training all the time. Informal training, when you are sitting with your children, when you are driving, be conscious of the fact that you are supposed to be training them with your words, and then it's not good to just assume that your children should know something that you have not taught them. Sometimes parents can be guilty of that. They just assume that these children should know it. And when the child doesn't know something that the parent expected them to know, maybe the child makes a mistake, parents punish. But you could have saved the child that if you taught him, and then before expecting him to act right. So let's use our words to instruct our children. Let's take a break at this point, and I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Parenting Tips with MM. In continuation, what else can we do with our words intentionally? As parents, we should correct our children with our words. Children need to be corrected from time to time. Don't make it a habit to keep overlooking the wrong things that your children do. It is important, for parents to correct their children. A child that is left without correction will bring shame to the parents. Talking about correction, there's a lot of wisdom in correcting your children in the secret and praising them in public. The goal of discipline is that correction and not to shame and embarrass the child. This is especially so when you are dealing with teenagers. When parents keep embarrassing their children in front of others, it attacks the child's confidence and self-esteem. So, correct your children or correct them, reprimand them in the secret, and praise them in public. It will have a lot more impact that way. Let's talk about motivation. It is important to use our words to motivate our children. Let's talk our children into believing that they can do great things. From time to time, use your words to let your child know that he has got what it takes to make it in life. Let him know that he can stand tall against any challenges life might bring his way. It prepares him to face life, because sometimes the ride is not a smooth sail, but if the child has been motivated, he'll be able to stand up against the challenges that comes to him in life. So let's use our words to motivate our children. Let me add one more. I want to encourage you to pray for your children. If you believe in the power of prayers, yes, I'm aware of the fact that not everybody believes in the power of prayers. But if you believe in the power of prayers, please pray for your children. You'll be glad, to see the manifestation of your prayers in your children. Prayers work. I can tell you that from experience. I personally enjoy praying for my children as much as I can. And as they're growing older, I can say that I see the effect of the answer to those prayers in their lives, because God is a faithful person. He answers prayers. So use your words to pray for your children. There's so many other things we can do with our words. Please bear it in mind that there is power in the words of parents. Let's start putting into practice the few things that we have been able to highlight. And God bless you as you put these things into practice. My name is Amen Esienenkak, and I'd like to invite you to join our online community on Facebook and on Instagram. The name to look out for is Parenting Tips with Amen. Until next time, I'd like you to remain blessed and to remember that God keeps all of his promises.
Right, thanks for joining us again on this program. Is this session for consciousness? And on the program today, we've brought you another great African person within the community. She's been doing quite a lot, and we're really going to hear so much about her and from her today. So our guest for the day, Chanel Alicia Fasasi, right on into the program.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. Whereabouts are you, and how's the weather at your hands?
Well, I'm in the East Midlands, and today is quite rainy. Since yesterday, it's been really rainy and quite dismal here. But we thank God we still have life and strength and health. So, in spite of everything, we thank God.
Okay, that's great. And how's the COVID and the restrictions and how has it been at your end?
Well, we've just had to learn to live with it just like everyone else. We've just had to learn to adapt to the new way of life. Coming out of lockdown, the East Midlands area still remained in a tier three um, level. So we were in tier three before going into lockdown. So hasn't really changed things, to be honest. I was saying to myself today, because I was driving about today, there was quite a lot of cars on the road for Sunday. So I guess
Okay.
it's become like a norm to everyone now, and you know, it's the new way of life, and people are just conforming to it. But again, we thank God for life and strength. In spite of everything, the pandemic, the lockdown, we give God thanks.
Okay, that's great. And coming right to what we've got, the business of the day.
Yeah.
Alicia, uh, I just want to get Shanine, Alicia
Shanine.
Fasasi.
Shanine, yeah.
Shanine, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Shanine, Alicia Fasasi. Who's she?
Well, I'm a mom of five. My oldest daughter is just about to turn 18. It's quite surreal because looking back, she was only born the other day, but I remember when she was born, someone said to me, "Don't worry, she'll grow so quick. All she needs is love and care." And yeah, I look back on those words today and I'm like, wow, she's driving and everything now. The other night I was a bit tired and I said, "Oh, could you give me a lift?" And it was quite nice to be able to ask her for a lift. And she was like, "Oh, I can't believe it." I said, "Well, now you see what I've been doing for you all these years." So yeah, that's been good. So yes, I have five children. As I said, my oldest is 18 and my youngest is 4. And I'm also a wife. My husband is from Nigeria and from the Yoruba tribe. Now, saying
Right.
that, I know very, very, very little of Yoruba. I've been asking him to teach me for a long time. And I think he tells me, but it goes in one ear, it comes out the neck. So he was telling me a couple of days ago, there's someone in this area that's teaching Yoruba. So I'm just
Oh,
about to
brilliant.
sign myself up to learn it. So
Great.
that would be really great. Um, I'm also a qualified teacher. I've worked in education for quite a number of years. I started, well, I would say about 13 years. What got me into education was my first daughter. When she started school, at the end of her school year, her report was not looking brilliant. And I guess I was one of those parents, was quite young, who thought that when the kids go to school, everything is done by the teachers and there's nothing, no part at home for the parents to play. And I was wrong. So after seeing her report, which I was really disappointed in at the time, I decided to start volunteering in the school. And that's when I got the real picture of what it's like and the importance of parental input and influence in children's lives. From volunteering, I went on to be a teaching assistant. From being a teaching assistant to a HLTA, and then from an HLTA to a teacher. And now I am running an education and community business because I'm very passionate about education, especially within the Black community. And the reason why I say within the Black community is not that I'm being biased, but in from my experience and from what I know as well, coming from a Black community background, African and Caribbean, we tend to work very hard, long hours, and sometimes, having to work these long hours, we don't seem to have enough time for our children. And and not just that, but there's a lot of stereotyping around the Black community as well, especially if you come from a single mother home. So I and also support. I also started this business as well to support individual parents, especially in leading the way, motivating and inspiring the way for their children in school. There is so much that we as parents can do and we don't know. So, part of my job is to tell you all positive stuff and how we can make our mark and leave a positive legacy and encourage and motivate our children. I'm also very passionate about community projects that we can do to help others in the community, because it's important that we give back and we also teach our children to become positive contributors to society rather than become burdens of society. So that's a bit about me. And in my spare time, I like to do cooking, which I tie in with my community projects, and I like to try sewing. So,
Okay.
yes.
So much energy.
Yeah.
And it's quite good that your what seems to be like a challenge for your daughter is actually what made you to get involved, to learn more about what is happening and how you also could contribute. And even if there are some areas of where there are lapses, then it makes you also to pick it up and
Yes.
to raise it out. And I believe you've got enough of that already, of having to raise up something to say that no, this is not acceptable, or even educating others how to, or the way to understand the African community. I think of the challenges that is in this country. We know the issue about discrimination, we know we have it, but also among the workforce of the government agencies, we see that there are some people that just doesn't know.
Yes.
So they seems to just have a block view of these people, and there are some of them that wants to learn, and we are not stepping up to actually give them those knowledge, especially for those that wants to learn. Then we just keep on complaining about this, and things will not be happening, and our kids will still be going through it, and then the circle will go on and on. Could you remember any particular incident?
Yeah, when I was training to be a teacher, I encountered quite a lot of discrimination. At first, it was a massive shock to me. It was heart-wrenching. I'm grateful, so grateful to my support network, which is my husband and my children, and to the Almighty God. I'm so, so grateful. Without them, I don't think I would have even continued. It's a hard battlefield. For myself, it was extremely hard. I looked at the statistics and I can see that from the Black community, people from the teaching profession is very, very low. It's like 0.5%. In the classroom, there is very well. I trained in the northeast of England. However, coming from thinking of the curriculum altogether, looking at the actual national curriculum, and I see a lot of people have brought this out this year with the Black Lives Matter protests that were going on. There is very, very, very little resources and teaching and learning opportunities for children in the classroom to learn about the Black African and Caribbean community traditions, norms, etc. So, for example, I was having a discussion with a social worker the other day, and I was saying to her that children in the Caribbean, I know from growing up, you have to have respect, and I know this happens in the African community as well. Children are often referred to adults as aunties and uncles when they're not actually their aunties and uncles, but it's out of respect. And I was saying to her, it's a mark of respect. And her response to me was, well, actually, the Children's Act supersedes, things like that. And I said, no, respect, traditions and values and cultures and norms remain. As long as they're legal, I don't see any reason why they should be superseded. Do you understand? So those are, I believe that was a bit of a learning curve for her, or maybe she was being plain oblivious to it. But I know there are other cultures that have their traditions and they are respected and adhered to. So it should be the same for us. I believe that parents, we also have our part to play. As you said, some parents, some people complain and say, well, this is not happening. This is not happening. If it's not happening, you make it happen. You can give your school a call. You can give your community center a call and say, hi, I've noticed on your program, it's the month of October, it's Black History Month. You don't even need to wait for October, but I would like us to put on a program. I put on a program in March this year for International Women's Day, which was a massive success. I did not know how it was going to turn out, but I know I had a vision and a focus, and I went with it. And to my surprise, I prepared for 30 people and 180 people turned up. So that was really good. And I tried my best to incorporate as many cultures as possible to showcase, the variety that we have in the world today. If your child, when your child is going to school and you see if there is a vacancy for school governor or something that will get you involved in being a part of the school governing body or being an influence within the school to bring something different to the table, get involved. Don't be afraid. Don't worry if you haven't got, a PhD, a master's, a degree. Sometimes they just need somebody there to be honest, factual, and bring something, great and different to the table. I remember when I applied to be governor for the first time, I did not know what was required of a governor based on what I read in the job description. I read it and I thought, okay, I'm going for this. And yes, I wanted to do it, but I was surprised at the same time when I got through. When I attended the first meeting, it was still surreal. I just sat back, I listened, and when the time came for me to add my input, I added my input. Some of it was accepted, some wasn't, but I always kept my focus and remembered why I was there. Then by the time I applied for my second governor position, I felt a bit more seasoned and, was able to say more in meetings and lead in various activities. And recently I've been asked to lead on health and safety, which caught me by surprise, but I'm going to try it.
Okay, that's great, because I was going to ask what are the requirements, because I think that's part of the things that push people back. When we encourage people, you can go on the board of your school, and some will be thinking that, oh, will I be able to measure up, or will I be able to meet with the requirements? And so,
could you repeat? I'm having a bit of a difficulty hearing you there.
Okay, I'm talking about requirements. Are you getting me?
Go ahead.
The requirements for school board. The requirement for school board.
Your sound is coming through a bit muffled.
I think we've had that at some point. Yeah, everything stays the same except if it's the internet. Are you hearing me clearly now?
No, I just heard you say something at some point, and then it went a bit goggled.
Okay, like the requirements.
That's better. Yes, that's better.
Okay. I've basically done nothing. But then when we talk about the requirements, when we encourage people to get involved, some people will think that they won't measure up, or whether they won't meet the requirements. So what sort of requirements do they have to get involved with school boards, for example?
Well, sometimes they just need people who, well, not sometimes, but usually what I've seen on the applications, they've just got requirements for persons to be passionate about taking part in the school body, not just the governing body, but there's also the PTA. So you can put your name forward. I've put my name forward for the PTA as well, and help out in fundraising events. Helping out in classrooms. You can, if you don't get through on the governing body, just the way I started into teaching, because I never thought growing up as a child I would ever want to do teaching. Never. It never occurred to me until I started volunteering and realized, actually, I want to do this. And I started as a volunteer reader. So you can, I don't know what it's like now with the COVID, but I'm pretty sure if you go to your school reception and you say, well, I'd like to come in and do volunteer reading, I'm sure they'll accept you. I've been to many schools where I've taught, I've been placed in on student placement, and they've got readers that don't even volunteer readers that don't even have children in the school, just members of the community that just want to pass time or add something to the school. And sometimes you can even approach your child's class teacher, which I've done in the past, and given my son or my daughter's books to take to school that are from our culture, because sometimes it's nice for the children to hear stories from other culture. Whenever I teach in a school, if I'm working with an agency or and placed on assignments, I normally introduce myself to the class. I tell them where I'm from. I give them a bit of background about my culture. Even if they're as little as 5 in year 1 reception, I still tell them. I always have a little PowerPoint ready to go, and any questions, and they usually do. And the reason why I do this is because I was once placed in a school and I turned up and I introduced myself and I know my surname. The children find it very difficult to pronounce it. The little ones usually say Miss Sassy, which is fine. And at the end of introducing myself, I said, right, so does anyone have any questions before I start? And a little girl said, yes, I know you. And I said, really? I've never met you before. And she said, yes, I saw you last night on TV and they were raising money for people like you on children in need in Africa. And I was like, no. So her understanding of people like myself was based on what she saw on the TV. So I always make sure that to curb that misconception, I normally have my little PowerPoint ready to go. And whenever there's some spare time, probably at the end of the teaching day towards home time, I would read, little poems or stories from the African or Caribbean background. And it's something that I follow on at home with my own children. I buy books from our culture because when they go to school, these books are not in the library. For some strange reason, they're not there. You get the generic books, like you get your Cinderella, you get your Beauty and the Beast and fairy tales galore. But you don't get these stories that will teach our children about their history, their culture, motivate, inspire them. There's so many stories out there. For example, I don't know if people have been watching this series on BBC One, which is ended now, the Small Axe series, which was written by Steve McQueen. And those series provide it depicts what life was like in Britain in the 1960s and 50s for people from the Black community. And it's really, really, really interesting. The last one that was shown last Sunday, which is called Small Axe, was showing a young guy, which is a true story, who ended up in the care system. And how he ended up in the care system was strange. I don't really want to give it up too much in case people want to go and watch it. But he grew up in the care system and it literally messed his life up to the point that he ended up in prison. And he's now a world-renowned author. The
Wow.
story is just amazing. And I sent him an email and he responded back because I was so inspired by his story and the amount of books that he's written. I said, I'm going to get my son a few and my daughters to read it. So, these are the sort of books and stories that we should be sharing with our children. Yes, you can still read the fairy tales. I still read fairy tales to my little ones. But at the same time, we need to try and inject our own cultures and our norms and our traditions. Inspire our children, remind them this is who you are. Don't be ashamed, don't be afraid, be proud of who you are. And show them. Sometimes when they don't believe you, bring out some of these true stories and show them. My kids have sat down and watched those series with me and my husband, and they have loved it. Honestly, the first one was my daughter wants to go on to do law. And when she watched the first one and she saw it was called the Mangrove 9, and basically these Black people were protesting against the ill treatment that they were facing from police officers back in the day. It was really, really strange how, it's I don't want to give too much, but people can go back and watch it. But these people with no law qualifications and experience in law went on to become the famous Mangrove 9 that represented themselves in court and won.
Wow.
They just use their God-given senses, intellect, passion, inspiring, motivating each other, stuck to their guns, remain focused, and won a case that I thought they were going to lose. They themselves were scared. But my daughter went on and said, actually, Mom, now I'm certain I want to do law. So that was really good. So those are things that we should be inspiring our children. And, don't be afraid to reach out. Like I reached out to Alex Wheatle, who is part of the Small Acts, the last series. And I was surprised when he wrote back, and he wrote me back a very inspirational message. And he said, let's keep in touch, which I'm grateful for. And we're looking at possibly collaborating on a project going forward. So that's really good. So those are things, as parents, let's get our children involved, get them in. They're not too young to start a business. They're not too young to start planning the future ahead. Just open up the way. We have Google. Back in the day, our parents didn't have Google. They didn't have the internet. But we have all these resources that we can access information from as far as Australia, and give it to our children and put it together. Don't be like me. When my daughter first started school, I left everything to the teacher because I thought, you're going to school, they will sort it out there. When your children come home, have work prepared for them. I usually get my son to write, when he reads a book, to debate it for me, to tell me, what inspired him, what didn't inspire him, and why. Have these conversations. Let's, because these are our future generation. Okay? So what we sow today is what we are going to reap tomorrow. These are our future doctors and nurses and even future prime minister. So this is where we come in. We need to nurture them. I'm particularly passionate about our young Black boys. And I'm passionate about the young Black boys because of what I'm seeing in the media, in the news. I know the media does not always give the true sides, but I'm passionate about our young Black boys, the stereotyping that they've been getting. It's not good. And when you look out there, there are no organizations and support networks for them to access. And I believe that as a community, we need to come together and do something, because we have a lot of talented young boys in the Black community, lots of talent. And if we don't, we don't come together, we're going to lose all that talent. And rather than them becoming positive contributors of society, they're going to become burdens to society. And we are part of that society. So we will still be paying the price.
The
We could
price.
sweep it under the
Right.
carpet, but it's going to come back up.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I hope people are listening, and I know quite some numbers of people that are community ambassadors and leaders watching us. I hope they're taking that on. And obviously, I think one of our commentators, Wura Ogun, did mention that she loved those series that you were
Yes.
talking about. Now, before we come to diversify education, I want us to go into your community activity. I think I've seen quite lots of activities on your page about cooking and delivering food to people. I mean, this time of COVID, I mean, 2020 is a challenging year for everyone.
Everyone,
And
yes.
one of the basic needs to keep you going is food. And we've seen, even shortly before the COVID arrival, right up until about, I think from the middle of last year, there's been report of more people using food banks.
Yeah, yes.
Of
Yeah.
poverty. So then we now had COVID. So it was quite, we know that it will be devastating to some people. So this, your cooking community cook and distribute, how did you come about it? And how effective has it been since you started?
Well, I have always loved to cook. My mother taught me to cook from a very young age, and I just love it. People who know me know me well. They know me for cooking. Whenever I call a party, my friends come with their takeaway containers. But, yeah, my husband and I and the children started this cooking project about 4 years ago. We wanted to give something back, and we wanted to do it in a unique way. So we came up with this idea of cooking and giving back. And through this project, we have met a lot of people along the way. We have learned a lot, and we have been even more grateful for whatever little that we have. I've gone into myself and my daughters have gone into the women's refuge. We've gone into homeless shelters, drug and alcoholic units. We've met people who are even more educated than we are. When I say educated, I mean people that have got maybe their PhD, their masters, people who are in good jobs. And it just goes to show you that circumstances does not choose you by who you are and what you have and whatever role you hold. It could be any of us. We are all that one step away. So this is just a continuation of what we started 4 years ago. And I continued it during the COVID because, like you said, there's been a lot of people who have really come under the challenges of COVID. All of us have had challenges with COVID, but some of us have escaped it better than some. And we thank God for those of us who have escaped it, and we're in a position to help others to be able to escape it as well. So I do what is called hot meal on a Wednesday, and basically it's just a hot meal. So 1 week I add a pudding, which might be some cake, all homemade. So I give up my day on a Wednesday to do that, and I deliver the meals between 6 and 8 p.m. I ask persons to complete a form where they need to put their, whether they've got any dietary requirements, any allergies, etc., because that is important. And I take the meals around to them free of charge. And whatever I have left over, which I usually do, I drive around the streets and look for persons who are homeless and give it to them, and usually purchase them a hot drink at the same time, and sometimes have a chat and what's not with them. And then following on from that, I said that on Christmas Day I would cook. My husband and I volunteered last year to do Christmas cooking with a group here in Nottingham, and we that was really good. We met
Okay.
a lot of
Brilliant.
people there who their stories, various stories. Some just didn't want to spend Christmas alone. Some had just lost family members, first Christmas without family members. Some just wanted to be within company. Various reasons. Um, and we just wanted to do something again this year, and we set out in November an ad, a flyer to offer this incentive, and we have had 52 people come back. So on Christmas Day we've got
Wow.
52 families um we will be cooking and providing a hot Christmas dinner, 2-course meal. So they will have the main course, which is your usual, your turkey and your pigs in blankets and roast potatoes, and there's a vegetarian option, and there is also a pudding. Now people have come through for various reasons. I'm not here to judge. I do not need to know their stories, because
Mm.
I'm giving from my heart. I'm not giving based on who you are, what you have, or where you come from. I'm not bothered about your background or your history. I just want to give you and bring a smile to your face on Christmas Day. So if any of the listeners, the viewers are living in this area, in the Nottingham area, and you would like to volunteer with us to deliver, or or you want to give to the project, feel free. What I am going to be doing, because I've had some donations that have come in from various persons, I am going to set up a digital Christmas card for all those who donate, that you can sign it, and I'll get it printed off and placed into a card for Christmas Day. So when I deliver the meals, the persons who receive the meals can have some kind messages from those who have donated. And even if you don't donate, you can still leave a message, because sometimes when I go around and do the hot meals on a Wednesday, people, they just want to chat, and they want to, they just want to be inspired. And just that reminder to say, keep your head above the water, you're gonna be fine, don't worry, I'm here. And then I also do food parcels as well. Whenever I do my weekly shopping, I make sure I do a separate shopping for food parcels, because I've had quite a lot of requests for food parcels, and I know how important it is. For many of these families, I'm seeing a lot of single moms. I went to take a food parcel for a family the other day, and when I knocked at the door, I said to the lady, "Oh, I'm just gonna get the stuff out the car," and I give it to her. And she has 3 little boys, and one of them shouted, "Oh, mom, we've got breakfast!" And
Wow.
he just
Wow.
the tears just flew from my eyes, because I was thinking, look at what his concern is, breakfast. And it was
Mm.
just a box of cornflakes, and he was so grateful. He gave me a hug, and I will never ever forget that. And I said to him, "Don't worry, there's coming a day when you might even have to help me too." So he smiled at me and he looked at me, so I'll never ever forget that.
Okay.
And it's just, that's the reward in itself. That's the best reward that I can get from this, to bring a smile on anyone's face, regardless of who they are.
Okay, that's great. You can't really place a price on what they call sacrifices of love, because I believe it's not that you have all yourself.
No, no,
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
from the one you have, that you're making those sacrifices.
That's it. Yeah. Whatever
That
little
is
I
probably
have, I give. I don't, I tell all the people that I go around, I say, "Oh, I don't get funding and stuff. So this is what I do from my own pocket, from my heart, just so that people can understand. I do it because, if you have the opportunity and the means to do something like that, please do it. There's so many people out there that need this help, and they will be so grateful. You know, a hot meal means nothing to me. It's something that I wake up to every day. It's not a problem for me, but for other people out there, it's a problem.
It's a luxury to them.
Of course, that's it. I met a young lady the other day, very young teenage mom, just had her first place. She's got a baby, and all she ever asks is of me is a hot meal. That's all she wants, you know. And I said, "Do you not want anything else?" And she goes, "Well, I don't have cooking skills." So, oh, so you know, that's something somebody else could come in with. And I was saying to my husband, you know what? If I had the resources, I would probably have a center for people like her to come in and learn these skills. And that, you know, she can be able to use them in her home, not just in her home, but to go on and help others. Because, you know, when we help each other, it's not for me to help you or for you to help. It's not for you to help me, for me now to say, okay, I'm going, how do I repay you back? The best way that I can repay you back is by helping the next person that I meet along the way. So by helping her, it is my hope that she will go on to help others.
Okay, that's brilliant. Our time is almost gone. Maybe in about 2 minutes or thereabout, let's talk about diversify education. I know you've mentioned quite so much about your involvement, and of course also trying to help other parents to with their children. So diversify education, what's the project about?
So diversified education is all about providing resources and opportunities for persons from the African and the Caribbean community. And this can be, like I said, in the form of books. We're on Facebook, and usually I upload various activities each day that we can be doing with our children. At the moment, I homeschool my 2 youngest children. The reason why I chose that route is because I feel that because of their ages, they're 4 and 6, they do not understand social distancing and, you know, all the other protocols that are in place for the COVID. Yes, I know they're going to be missing out on socializing with their friends. And for those of us parents who are in a position to do that, you know, you can go ahead. I'm not going to say go and do it, but if you feel it's something that you want to do, go for it. I provide resources free of charge. If you want to get resources to help, if that's something that you want to do, feel free to contact me. Just search for Diversify. We will be shortly changing over any day now to a community interest company, because what I want to do is to use any funds that the business makes to give back to the community. So we are waiting on that changeover to take place at some point in the either this week or next week. All the paperwork has gone in, so we're just waiting on the process to be finalized. So we will be called Diversify Education and Communities, CIC. So yes, we provide support with homeschooling. If you have a project that you might want to do at school or in your community, we can help you with that. We also have a book club that you can join up and sign up, where we will be sending out 2 books each month with resources and activities that you can do at home with your child. And these books are going to be based on the Black, African, and Caribbean culture. And these books are for children from age 4 right up to 16. So, and then we want to do in the near future a parent conference for parents from the Black, African, and Caribbean community, that we can sit down and we can have these conversations and come together and work together for our children. And I'm saying this because one of the reasons why I'm saying this is that we as parents, when our children go to school, I've researched it. There is no organization out there that is specific for supporting any issues, discrimination, racism, or any other issues that we may have as a Black, African, and Caribbean community. And this is why I created Diversify. When I was facing all these problems at university, you know, discrimination, etc., I searched Google high and wide for organizations to support the issues I was facing, and there was none. And I thought, okay, I will create one. So this is where Diversify came out of. So I'm here if anyone needs support. We are always here to support. We also do podcasts as well. So if you want to take part, you can take part. But I'm trying to push the podcast more to the young people. So I give the young people a lot of opportunities to take part. And if there are any authors out there that are listening today and you would like us to showcase your books, or if you do any resources, education or community-wise resources or programs or services pertaining to the Black, African and Caribbean community, get in touch and let's do a collaboration together. You know, this is for all of us. This is not just for me, because together we are raising our future generations. These are the ones that are going to look after us. And if we don't do it right, we're going to be in trouble.
You are very right. Thank you very much, Shania Alicia Fasasi from Diversify Education. We're going to get all your links into the comment box so that people could have your contact details and some of your pages on Facebook so that they can get in touch with you. So
Sorry,
thank you
repeat
very
that.
much. No, I said we are going to get your links
Okay.
to your pages and your contact details. Whichever one you give us, we'll get it into our comment box so that people that will watch this later will be able to have access to that.
Brilliant.
So thank you very much for joining us today, and our very, very much regards to your lovely family.
Thank you very much and have a good evening. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, at this section, we will be having a special focus on Nigeria, and that is going to be based on a report that came from Al Jazeera. And the report has to do with wealthy Nigerians buying citizenship overseas. Those people that are going to join me today, I've got Prince Olusegun Oni. You've had him on this program before. And of course, I also have Mr. Biodun Obatosin Lawal. Do stay on with us. Right, you're welcome. Hello, Prince, are you hearing me? Prince, are you hearing me? Mr. Lawal, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, Prince Olusegun, are you hearing me? Hello, Prince, are you hearing me? Okay, we'll wait for Prince to sort out his microphone while I continue with yourself, Mr. Lawal, Mr. Biodun Obatosin Lawal. That's all the way from the United States. Has your weather been encouraging?
Yes, I will say yes and no. You know, the weather is not always stable. So it's a natural course. You have to adapt to it and be prepared at any time.
Okay, great. Now let's quickly check. Prince, are you hearing us? Prince Olusegun, are you hearing us? Okay, we'll come back to solve that. Now, Mr.
Hello,
Biodun, are you hearing us?
can you hear me?
We are hearing you. We are hearing you. Friends, we are hearing you. I'll send you a message straight away. Let's just see whether we can get that sorted. Okay, so Mr. Biodun Obatosin Lawal. Now, you've heard about this report of wealthy Nigerians buying citizenship abroad. And I'm just going to quickly read a bit of it just to see the direction these people are coming from. Dakwa spent too long at home in Lagos, Nigeria. Back in October, protests against the SARS police unit kept him from going to his office. First, we were told to stay at home because of the coronavirus. Then this, he says, a wealthy Nigerian, Dapo, who is in his late 30s, does not want to make himself identifiable by giving his surname and age, lest he draw unwarranted attention or unwanted attention. He has had a backup plan for getting out of Nigeria for some time now. He says, I have multi-citizenship. I can leave for there anytime. With one more small obstacle, a 14-day quarantine upon arrival, Dapo could be permanently in Malta anytime he pleases. He's not planning to go permanently, but described it as his plan B. Over the course of time, we've seen many Nigerians attempted to cross into Europe and going through very dangerous routes. We've heard about Libya, human selling. We've seen the inhuman treatment. We've seen lots of boats that have capsized on the ocean. Even we've seen in some of the, I think, United Arab Emirates and some of the other countries where we have our ladies being maltreated and even in some places used as sex tools just because they want to escape out of Nigeria. Now we have these where we have wealthy Nigerians who are able to buy citizenship in other countries as a backup plan for when things goes down in Nigeria. Now, when we look at these, the people that can afford to buy things like this, if I look at the report from Al Jazeera, it says in his case, it was Malta, Mediterranean Highland, where citizenship can be acquired for a minimum investment of 800,000 euros. That's about $947,180 US to get that. Now, those people that could afford this, apart from people that are maybe they have multi companies in Nigeria, I think if people ask, who are the people can afford this? I believe most people will say, oh, that might be our senators and House of Rep people who are being paid large sum of money for doing so little. What do you think is the import or impact of a sort of a plan B here, where we have those people that are leaders or representatives that have plan B if things go wrong in Nigeria? What do you think is the impact on the leadership of the country?
Well, thank you very much, my host. Before I dive into the issue at hand, I first and foremost want to appreciate this good work that you are doing.
Thank you very much.
I want to commend that it is a very laudable project in bringing Nigerians in diaspora Africans in diaspora and connecting us back to our roots. Essentially, we need to understand that wherever we are, whether we are in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil or Ontario in Canada or in California in America, wherever we are all over the world, we need to understand that there's no place like home.
Definitely.
Our home is our home, where our traditions are never challenged, where our cultures don't stand the risk of being adulterated or being, being adulterated, so to say. Having said that, the story of Nigeria is what I can term a sweet, bitter experience. And fundamentally, it is sweet because God has endowed a nation that should be the pride of the world, a nation that should lead while others follow, a nation that has been blessed with abundant and enormous human and natural resources, a nation with full potentials to command the respect of other nations and community of nations around the world. The sad or the bitter aspect of it is that Nigeria today is in a very bad shape.
Sure.
Nigeria is wallowing in poverty. Nigeria is on the edge. Whether you want to look at it from the social perspective, you want to look at it from the economic standpoint, you want to look at it from every variable that you can consider how healthy or sick a nation is. Well, having said that foundation, when I read about this report, well, I wasn't really surprised because it's been something that has been ongoing for years. People are living in droves. We have a situation whereby our professionals are leaving the country in droves. And we need to ask a very critical question. Why are people leaving? Why will people... Hello?
Yes, go on.
Yes. Why are our own youth living in droves, whether they have money or they don't have money? The sad part of it is a lot of people who don't have money are ready to risk whatever it may be to get out of our country. Why this kind of desperation? Because if you look at it, there is what I call unhealthy political climate in Nigeria. Nobody's even sure what's going to happen the next minute. You have the economic woes. You have hyperinflation ravaging every nook and corner of the country. You have the healthcare that is in abysmal form, abysmal state, I mean. You have our education that is in a state of doldrum. You have, the basic aspects of our lives ruining even before our very eyes. And this has led to desperation on the part of the youth and even the so-called rich. Well, it's not only about the rich, it's not only about the youth, even the political elites among us, even the rich who can afford to buy citizenship of other countries. It is very sad that people will want to go to Ghana. I don't mean no disrespect. Ghana is a great country. People want to go to Congo, people want to go to Benin Republic and all these smaller countries. Smaller African countries that used to be, look onto Nigeria before now. But what do we see? People are moving out every day. Somebody told me that a brother of his traveled out. And I said, oh, that's wonderful. I said, where did he travel to? He said he traveled out to Cotonou. And I was like, it's both hilarious and saddening.
Sad, yes.
Yes, it's both hilarious. I laughed and laughed. And after, some few minutes of realization, I was like, you mean Cotonou? He said, yes. Traveled out to Cotonou. I said, okay, that's good. So that is the state we are. I don't really want to talk about why the so-called rich are buying citizenship all over. It is a sad thing on its own. I'm talking about even youths that can risk anything to move out of Nigeria. We've had stories of people who travel through Sahara Desert. Many have been killed. Many have been, slaughtered along the way. Many died along the way. And people who also will travel across the Mediterranean Sea, we are ship capsized every day. I read a story in Guardian or I think Punch some few months ago. They told these guys, they were living in Nigeria, and they told them, do you understand the risk attached to you traveling over the Mediterranean Sea? They said, yes, we understand. It's either we live or we die. It's either we live or we die. That presently we are dying, so it won't make no difference. So that is the state of the desperation of how people actually want to move out of the country. Now, let me say a word about the rich and the political elites. You see, the political elites and the rich, they can do anything with their money. It is their money.
Yes.
If the political class will fail in their responsibilities to fix our country and put fellow Nigerians at risk day in, day out, then it is a shame. It is something that we have to roundly condemn, and we have to look for means of fixing our country. Let us get it straight. The United Kingdom is not going to fix Nigeria for us.
Definitely.
The United States of America is not going to fix Nigeria for us. No country will come to Nigeria to fix the country. In fact, when it is beyond diplomatic and economic ties, that's all they can do. And we've been used to all these rhetorics over and over again. It is time for the Nigerian political class, the leadership, to look critically into these problems and fix this problem once and for all, so that everybody can contribute meaningfully to the development of this country. Everybody can contribute meaningfully to the progress and the stability of our nation, Nigeria. How come a great country has fallen into the abyss? So the story of people, using their resources to get Plan B citizenship here and there is just a true reflection of how things have really gone in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll come to Prince Olusegun. I hope you are hearing us clearly now.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you very much. Now we're still talking about this. If we have leaders who have Plan B, would they be able to actually put in the best in their leadership? Before you answer that question, I'll quickly take us back to we had, I think we still have it, where we have like the Minister of Education that doesn't believe in the education in Nigeria, but will have his children in another country. While we see that in Nigeria, they are there and there will be strike, and students will stay home for 2-3 years and they will play dice with the future of those children. I think we can go on and mention names of a whole lot of Nigerian leaders that have their kids abroad, and they are in leadership, and we've seen the way, I mean, when we talk about the result from those leadership, at least if let's say roughly we put it about 10 years, we've seen that things have continued to go down and down and down. So the question I want to bring to you, Prince, on the backdrop of this report is that if people who we put in charge of bringing a sort of sanity and progress to a sector, if they are not even confident in what they want to do and put their kids there, could we say that we have the kind of a guarantee that they will give their best?
Thank you, Mr. Yeroko. Nigeria will continue to suffer so long we keep electing the same type of leaders. We will forever, our new generation, the next generation upon generations will keep suffering so long this same set of leaders replicate themselves. We have allowed them enough to control us, to disrupt everything. They are disrupting the whole society completely. It's not just about education. Electricity is haphazard, the roads are bad, the hospitals are dilapidated. Nothing is working in Nigeria. And I don't blame those leaders because we gave them the permission to do whatever they can. Imagine we don't put a square peg in a square hole. We put a round peg in a square hole. Imagine somebody who is not interested in education in Nigeria, is a fundamental Islamic who doesn't believe in Western education, being nominated as a minister for education. What would that person do? This person has no interest in Western education and is the minister for education. We've had the result already. We know where he's going. We know what he's going to do. And so the moment this man became the minister for education, the first thing he did was to scram our history. He doesn't want history in the school curriculum. He is not interested in science and technology. He's not interested in biology. He's only interested in Islamic education. So where are we going from there? And then you then went to elect somebody who also is a fundamental Islamist, who is not interested in Western civilization. So, but this man, as long as he's not interested, he still comes to the Western world. He sees how education is in Britain. He sees what education is in France, in Germany. He's not interested. So education will continue to fail in Nigeria. And when education fails, everything else fails. Schools will fail, industry will fail, commerce will fail, technology will fail, science will fail, and the nation will not grow. So talking about education, let's just forget it. It used to be good in those days when we were there. It used to be very, very good in the University of Ibadan, University of Ife. They have the highest rate of standard all over the world. People from all over the world come for education in Nigeria. Ghanaians took to Nigeria to study. University of Ibadan, University of Enugu, the Ghanaians took there to study. When I was in the Polytechnic Ibadan, my lecturer was from the US. The lady teaching me geography came all the way from US to work in Poly Ibadan. And I enjoyed, it was well taught. But these days, every dick and Harry, somebody who had primary 7 in the north will give me a dirty curriculum to come and teach in the south, because they know we are helpless, we are vulnerable, we can't check them out. But in the north, they are not interested. The problem we have in Nigeria today is not the south, it's the north. And until the leaders and the youth in the north rise up, until there's an Arab Spring in the north, Nigeria will continue to go backward. Take, for example, each time President Buhari is in London and his deputy is acting, the rate of the naira to the dollar and the pound fluctuates. It comes down. But the moment Buhari gets back to Nigeria, just trading in dollar, in pounds, will bring it up, and the naira will fluctuate again and go down. But when you have somebody who's not an economist, who cannot manage a country economically, what are we talking about? He's not interested. They are not interested in economy. They're just interested in power, and power for his own sake, for their own aggrandizement, just to say I'm in power. Just like Julius Caesar, they're just in power for the sake of power. So we have a long way to go in Nigeria, and we surely have a long way to go. Something must happen. There must be sacrifices. If you're going to lead Nigeria and you are going to lead Nigeria in the rough way, Nigerians must be ready to deal with you. There must be the Prime Minister in Britain here goes to answer PMQ, Prime Minister's question time. Nigeria's president is not accountable to Nigerians. The ministers are not accountable to Nigerians. There's no feedback. We can't ask them what they do. Nothing. So we have a long way to go in Nigeria. Nigeria is going down. Unless this present government is dealt with, Nigeria will go down more, go down into the abyss, and it will fail. Already it's a failed state. What are we talking about? Roads are bad, hospitals are bad, schools are bad, everything is dilapidated. Nothing works in Nigeria. And everybody is trying to leave the place. So when everybody leaves, who builds the country? Trillions of pounds comes from overseas to Nigeria every year. And yet, Nigerians in diaspora, they say we must not have a say in running the country. So, to answer your question, we need to put a square peg in a square hole. Most of the ministers that I said in one of the last programs we did, I said Nigeria need new leaders. We need new leaders. We need to put the right type of people who love Nigeria, who are patriotic about Nigeria, who are interested in Nigeria, who wants to build Nigeria, who wants to appoint foreigners into management. Not people, anybody. We have 36 ministers, and the ministers are not accountable to the House Parliament. They are not accountable to the people. They don't give feedback. They just stay there in Abuja for their adoration, doing nothing, no feedback, no question time. No, we cannot ask them anything. Then what are we doing? What are we doing? So, Mr. Moderator, education will continue to fail. It will continue to fail. All of us will fail.
Let me bring the question back to Mr. Lawal. Now, we know we've been talking about we need new leaders. And these are leaders who we can hold accountable. But could we get new leaders with the same problem that we are running?
No, we need to rebuild again.
Yeah, Mr. Lawal.
Yes.
Would we get new leadership with the current system that we are running in Nigeria?
No, it's not possible.
Yeah, thank you, my host. That's a very straightforward question.
Yes.
We can't get new set of leaders with this kind of structure that we run. I'll bring you to a certain aspect of our Nigerian system, and that will convince you to understand that merit don't work in Nigeria. Merit. We don't reward merit in Nigeria. There's this, what they call the quota system in Nigeria, whereby somebody who scores, let me say, 20 from the north, and someone who scores 150 from the south, and these two people are going to be admitted into a university. I'm just using it as an analogy. And the one that scores 20 gets admitted, while the one that gets 150 is not being admitted. That is a very bad thing to do in any system that is yearning for change. Nigeria must build a new structure, a structure of equity, fairness, and the one that will cater for the yearning and the aspiration of each and every one of us. You see, until when we stop this north, south, east kind of arrangement, okay, 2020 is up in the game now, and people are already saying, okay, it is the turn of this place, it is the turn of this region, it's the turn of that zone. I believe that when we begin to look at people who can effectively run this country, it will mean that it doesn't count where they come from. Talents abound in Nigeria, not only in politics, in every aspect of life, in economics, in academics, in every facet of human endeavor. People that can effectively run Nigeria are in every part of the country. It doesn't matter whether they are from Ughelli in Delta State, or they are from Akure in Ondo State, or they are from Enugu State, or whatever. We are talking about competence for excellence. You will understand the fact that Nigerians are well-read, Nigerians are well-traveled. You have professionals all across the world doing fantastically well. But what happens in our own system, in the Nigerian system, it is a complete case of comatose and inefficiency. Why? Because the system is bad. We have to critically look into this system, how to build a new system for a new set of leaders. And the time to do that is now. It is not when we get to 2023, when they begin share money, share right, and all these stupid things that we do in Nigeria. The same person that is giving you 1,000 and a bowl of rice will not speak. You don't even have his phone call. How will you call him when he becomes the senator or he becomes the governor?
All right.
This has been a very shameful show of our political system. Sharing money, sharing all these silly things. And our people will go into it headlong. They will collect and they will vote. That kind of system cannot, produce creditable leaders who we need to turn around the story of this country. In my introduction, I said it's a sweet, bitter story. We have the potential, we have the talent to turn this country around in every facet of life, yet we continue to wallow in all things that I can't eat. Sometimes you get confused. Like you sit down, you look into what is happening in Nigeria, and you're like, oh my God, what is the way forward? The way forward is to build a sustainable system. Let us allow our youth to come on board. Many of them have gone to school, they've acquired knowledge, they are good, they are authorities in their fields. We can bring them on board. We don't need an 80-year-old man to be the Minister of Youth. We don't need a 75-year-old man to be an ambassador to one country he doesn't even know how to. He can't even read the minutes. He can't even read nothing anymore. We can't continue to drive the country with our retirement age. We can't drive with our retirement age, whether politically or socially or economically. People that can do it must be allowed to do it. And it doesn't really matter where they come from. We have always heard from the beginning that Nigeria is one nation. But in practical terms, we are not seeing it manifesting. So we need to build a new structure, a new system that will afford the youth to contribute, not just collecting rights, collecting this, collecting 1,000 that these people spread around during the electioneering period. It's a shame. It's a shame. When we travel around the world and they ask you, what nationality are you from? I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian. You don't have no business to be here. Nigeria to be a great country. Many of us have been told this severally. Many, and it's a shame. It is a shame. It is a shame because people that build our system are not building it. The economy cannot work. The education cannot work. Their children, they are in America, they are in UK, they are in France, they are in Germany, they are all across the world. They will care less about what is happening in that sector. And funny enough, it is not only the political elite, it is not only the rich, even the so-called thugs are sending their, and a PhD holder cannot tie down a job of 100,000 naira per month in Nigeria. Many of them are walking around the street with PhD. What does it take to be a rich man in Nigeria? When you become a thug, in 2-3 months, you become a millionaire. When you can fight during elections, when you can kill during elections, in few weeks, you become multimillionaire. That is not a system. Going forward, we need a system, a participatory system where everybody will be involved, and we see Nigeria as our own country and we'll be ready to contribute. People are ready to contribute. The other time I was reading a report that I think the health minister was asking Nigerian professionals all over the world to come to Nigeria and contribute into the health care and all that. And people laughed. I laughed too. What system are they coming into? Is it the same system that cannot guarantee a 2-hour power supply? Is it the same system that you can't drive your car, 1-2 months without potholes? Is it the same system that our brothers and sisters in the university have been locked out in the last 1 year or thereabout? For the record, I graduated as an engineering student in Nigeria. A 5-year course ended up to be 7 or 8 years. Why? Because of strike. And the system is still like that. People are still experiencing what we experienced in the last 30 years, what we experienced in the last 40 years. There hasn't been a dramatic change. Things need to change. Our leaders, people who have told us 40, 50 years ago, must be ready to take the backstage and allow people with fresh ideas, people who really love their country, to drive the wheel of progress for the country. And I believe there will be a change. So before we go into how can new sets of leaders emerge, the system has to be operated on, like we are doing the surgical operation on it. It has to be broken down, mended together, and build something worthwhile, build something concrete. Then moving forward, we can look into a more brighter future.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got comments right on. Obviously, Oliroti, noting that the problem is deep-rooted in the political structure. And just like you said, these are things that have been happening for years upon years from one administration to the other. And secondly, that until we'll address the political and economical structure, we will continue to have exact problem irrespective of the leader elected. And I'm coming to Prince Olusegun Oni. Now, we know what we have. Even when we talk, I mean, we've come to a sort of a conclusion that we need new set of leaders. And also, we've sort of come to the conclusion that the current system that we have is not working. Because it's actually this system that is producing the sort of leaders that we have today. When we go back to all this federal character that is done when it suits one region, where people could come in without meeting the merits, and they will say, okay, it's federal character, we have to put the person on board, but the person is not able to deliver. So when we look at the system itself, even before I ask that question, even if we look at the political structure, before you can get the ticket of any political party in Nigeria, you need to have a godfather, you need to have the money. And I remember that one of the, I've forgotten who the person was even saying that if they want to sort some things in Nigeria, they need to hold the bankers, because these bankers are the ones that release money for these political people. They release the money through the back door, on due. So when those people now got maybe about so millions to contest, to give the godfathers and co to get the ticket and contest, when they get there, their concentration is to get the money they took from the bank back, and of course take their own before they will now seriously be thinking about, okay, what do we do for the people? And that's why we see a whole lot of them, they will say they are doing one project, and that project will go on and on and on and on. And even when they finish it, within a year, the whole place is damaged. So coming right to Prince Olusegun Oni, we know this system is not working for us. The House of Rep in Nigeria, and of course, I think that's also the view of the National Assembly as well, that they actually cannot give us a new constitution. That the only thing they could do is little amendment here and there and here and there, and we know that they will only allow the one that also pays them. So how do we deal with the system? How do we take this system out and bring in another one that will give us the sort of leadership that we want?
Thank you, Mr. Ayeroku. The only thing that we can do, that Nigerians can do, is a revolution. Since the National Assembly has said it is not willing to give us a new constitution, what is left? They are our representatives. That means they are no longer representing the masses. They are representing their own interests. The only solution is a revolution. We have to sack the National Assembly, change the government, and then start afresh. Look, from the look of things, it is not the system that has problem. It is we, the people. When a car manufacturer manufactures a car, it gives you a blueprint. When a dealer, a computer manufacturer manufactures a computer, it gives you a blueprint on how it works. If you follow the instructions given by in the blueprint, the computer will work well for you. But if you use it automatically, that computer will fail. That is the problem with our political system. They are practicing presidential system in America, and they are doing well. But we Nigerians, we put in our own attitude, our own cultures, our own beliefs, our own ways into the system. What is federal character system in presidential system? What is federal character? What is quota system in presidential system? I've never had it of it in America. We borrowed that system from America. But do they practice quota system in America? Do they practice zoning system in America? No, they don't. The best comes out of their political parties. The parties put forward the best, the one they know can defend their programs, the one they know is ready to work in the best interest of Americans. They push them forward. But in Nigeria, we push into this. People who have no ambition, people who have no vision, no pride, nothing. People who are just there for the sake of power or to make money. So, to my mind, it is not the problem with the system. The system hasn't got a problem. It is we as a people that have problems. We love money more than life. We love money too much. We want to build 10 skyscrapers. We want to buy the best car in town. We want to be seen to have arrived. If you build 10 houses, you can only live in one. If you have the best car in the world, you can only ride in one car. So how many cars do we want to? I agree with Mr. That there's a need for us to restructure. And we need the assistance of the National Assembly. But if the National Assembly says they are not going to change that military constitution, because that constitution was fashioned by a northern military man, and his own interest was just to protect the interest of the North against the South. It is so sad. If they can't change that constitution for us, let's close the National Assembly. They are not representing us anymore. It is the wish of the people to restructure. If it is the wish of the people to change the constitution, the National Assembly has no mouth to tell us that they are not willing to change it. That is the reason why I said INEC need to educate the masses. INEC need to conduct political awareness education in the grassroots. Go to the people and let them know their political rights. Let them know their fundamental rights. And the people can call back their representatives and say, Mr. Man, we sent you to Abuja in the past 2 years, we have not seen you. You are not coming back to give us feedback of what we sent you, what you promised to do for us. So left to me, it is not the structure, it's not the system that is bad. It is we as a people that are bad. We want money at all costs, we pad the budget, and then moreover, I want to add that what is quota system? What is federal character? Why are we in 1991? They were doing census in 91. They gave Lagos State 6 million, and they gave Kano. I think they gave Kano about 8 million or 9 million. I can't remember now.
I think it's million.
But when the UN Water Statistics Program came to Lagos, UN found that in Lagos there are more than 5 million houses. Yeah. If there are more than 5 million houses in Lagos State alone, and in each house there's an average of 5 persons per house, that brings the population of Lagos to 25 million.
Yes.
So where did they get the 6 million figure they gave Lagos? That's one of the problems for the federal character. We need to do away with the federal character system. We need to do away with the quota system. The situation where the best performing student cannot gain admission to university. If you can't gain admission to university, you become rusted back at home. You stay at home. Even when you then graduate, you got no job. So, left to me, the way we can get new leaders is to start with that National Assembly and start it. Once we start the National Assembly and tell them they no longer represent us, we can deal with the federal government. I don't know why the federal government can tell us, the president can say it's not responsible to the National Assembly. Everything is lopsided. So we need to have a fresh start. There must be a revolution in Nigeria, and it must start with the National Assembly because they are no longer representing our interests. If they can tell us they can't give us a new constitution, we want a new constitution. The one that truly reflects the power and the pride of Nigerians. That every Nigerian can contribute to the development of our country anywhere you are. I did my national service in Sokoto, in Borno State, and I couldn't get a job there. So I had to run back down south. And when I was looking for a job in Oyo State, I was told to go to my home state. The thing had gone down the road from the head to the top, from the north to the south. You can't walk anywhere in Nigeria without people telling you to go back to your home state. And that is very, very wrong. That is one of the problems we inherited from the colonial masters. So I want a situation where we start from the National Assembly, let INEC go back to the grassroots and educate the people. Let there be a new cultural reorientation. Money is not everything. You don't have to build 10 houses before people know that you are rich. Bill Gates, I don't know if Bill Gates built more than one big mansion in his own country. The man is going around the world, helping the poor. The owner of IKEA there, he's been using the same car he has since he started IKEA. But Nigerians want to show off, want to tell the whole world that we have arrived. We're coming to UK to get loans, and we come in flashy cars. We come in the best cars in the world. We bring the best cars to borrow money from somebody who rides bicycle to his office.
Yes.
And we're coming to borrow money from a man who rides bicycle to his own office, and we bring the best cars in the world to impress the man that we are capable. Whereas we have nothing up here. We're just going to share the money, and the project will die there.
Will die.
We're looking for money from WHO. We want to do the health education in primary schools in Nigeria. Everybody became an education advisor, from the parliament to the minister to the councillor. They want to have a share of the 5 million the WHO was going to give us. Everybody became a health educator overnight. We couldn't even secure country support. We need to get country support. We could not. The Minister for Health wanted to participate. The councillor in the grassroots said the file must go through him. And then go and check Nigeria's history in world grants. Now, we have bad records everywhere. And it's the fault of our leaders. They are giving us very bad image. So, Mr. Moderator, the best thing we can do, what we can start with, is a revolution. Anything short of revolution, Nigeria will never rise. And that country will continue to fall. Once there's a revolution in the north, in the south, and the people agree that this is what they want, Nigeria will move forward like Ghana did. What Ghana did, what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana was short of a revolution. They had a new start. We can have a new start. The army general is corrupt. He buy houses in Saudi Arabia. They fill his money with money. He cannot talk. Was General Babangida regime poorer than this when they toppled him? Was the regime worse than this? So the best thing we can do is to have a revolution in that country. Because without a revolution, there is no way we can change the system on the ground. There's nothing we can do. These people are sitting tight on a golden landmine, and you want to remove them from it. It's only a revolution that can help us to get a new structure in Nigeria.
Yes, thank you very much. Just before you go, I think we've got another comment from Oliroti that when we compare Nigeria and America, obviously they are different. Maybe the way we copy their system or whatever happened. But what she's saying here is that for Nigeria, there has to be consideration for a multicultural and multi-tribal status as a country. So any system that will work in Nigeria must accommodate the cultural uniqueness and diversity. Now,
yeah, Mr. Moderator, that is actually our problem. That is truly our problem. Taking into consideration the different cultures that we have. I did Nigerian history. Nigeria has more than 250 ethnic tribes. We will not go anywhere if we keep saying Igbo, Fulani, Kunupe, Gwari, Ijo, Arubu, everything must come. That's why we have 36 ministers. If we continue thinking about America is a melting pot. America has more cultures than Nigeria. The Chinese American, the Hindu American, the Indian American, they are all there. But they practice the presidential system without favoritism to any culture. The moment we keep saying that we can't compare America with Nigeria, why are we borrowing their system? Why are we using the political system they are using in America? They are using it very well to develop their country. Their military is the best in the world. Their education is one of the best in the world. They are not thinking of cultures. They are not thinking of I'm a Yoruba, I'm this and that. We have to take that into consideration. That is what the quota system relies on. And that's what is causing the backwardness we are experiencing in Nigeria. America has greater diversity more than us. America has over 300 ethnic tribes in America. There are Yoruba community in America. There is Igbo community in America. There is Hindu, there is Chinese in America, there's Japanese in America. Name all the cultures of the world, they are in America, and yet they practice one system. There is no quota system, there's no federal character there. So what are we saying?
They just pick the best.
We will continue to fail. If we borrow their system and we can't practice it the way they practice it, Nigeria will continue to go backward. Thinking in terms of ethnic, we have 36 ministers. Must we have 36 ministers or 36 technocrats? Like Mr. Lawal said, can't we have 36 experts? Experts in agriculture, experts in science, experts in education. We don't want to know where you come from. Until we change our attitude in terms of culture and tradition and this thing, Nigeria will continue to go backward.
Okay, Mr. Lawal, don't you think that the issue about cultural differences and is something that started almost right at the foundation of Nigeria itself? If we look at the politicking that took place during those times, all the time they were fighting for independence of Nigeria, how, you have a party that belongs to the North, you have a political party that is for the, and then the one for the West. And then we have this politicking, and right from on, taking it straight from after the regional government, looking at the coup, the first coup, where it's believed to be come from a section of the country against another section, and we've been on that ever since up to now. So if we cannot root that out just now, what do we do? What's the way forward?
Okay, I think the way forward. Sorry, Mr. Lawal.
Okay, Mr. Lawal, could you answer that for us?
Okay, yes. Thank you very much, my host. Well, the problem of cultural diversity and differences is foundational and legendary in Nigeria. And it is not only peculiar to Nigeria. It's cut across all the African countries that were partitioned in that round table then. Now, diversity in culture should be a strength, not a weakness. If you consider other countries, even within the African continent, there is no country that is monocultural. You have diverse cultures, beliefs, and all of that across the African continent and world over. Now, we have to understand the fact that our foundation was very faulty. That's a statement of fact. But the more we continue to, give excuses for our failures, the more we continue to fail. We understand that the foundation is faulty. We understand that the system has been, not been in good shape for a long period of time. It is time for us to look inwards with every sense of patriotism in us and correct many of these anomalies. Get me right, there is no system that is perfect around the world.
Definitely.
Not in UK, not in US, not in anywhere. But people over time have realized that there is power in diversity.
Sure.
Just like Prince Segun said, America is more diverse culturally than Nigeria. There is no singular culture on the face of the earth that is not represented in America. And yet, they have seen that they have been able to galvanize that as a strength, not as a weakness. The system allows that no matter the religion that you practice, no matter the belief system that you have, no matter where you're coming from, when you are good, the system will throw you up. You don't need to have no godfathers. You don't need to have no money bags. You don't need to have all these shenanigans that have been corrupting our system day in, day out. You don't need all of that. And we have been able to retain our cultural identity in Nigeria, whether you are from the East or the North or the West. But the problem is we understand what is right, but we are deliberately doing what is wrong. Whether on the basis of quota system, whether on the basis of federal character, whether on the basis of who do you know, it has been things that have been, bringing our progress backwards. Until we allow the best, until we allow the capable hands, until we allow people who can actually turn around this country to come on board. And if they come and they don't make no change, we change them. You see, there is one thing about the dynamism of a working system. It rotates. It goes round. If you discover that this man is not working well, he's not, just like our day-to-day professional experience that that we have. When you are hired to do a job, you'll be given a training and you'll be put on board. There will be assessment and reassessment to ensure that you're actually doing it or you are not doing it. If you are not doing it, they might organize another kind of orientation or, retraining and all of that. And if you are not living up to that billing, they whiz you out and bring in some people and do the job. It doesn't matter whether you speak like them or you speak like them. I have been to interviews in Nigeria when they will ask you, where do you come from? And
what do you know? We introduced you.
There is this very, very, very popular company in Nigeria. I don't want to mention name. I graduated as a chemical engineer, and I had to go through all of the assessment exams and all that. And on the last lab, I was asked, Mr. Man, who do you know in this company? I said, I don't know nobody. And they said, can you have a referral from somebody outside of the company? I had nobody, and I lost that job. That's a reflection of what is happening in every segment of our national lives in Nigeria. People who can do the job must be allowed to partake in nation building. You can't tell me that the representatives that we have right now are the best set of people that we have in Nigeria. You can't tell me that this set of senators that we have are the best people that can represent us. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that those that are in the presidency today are the best set of people that can be in the presidency. No, the answer is no. And we know it. And until we accept the fact that things are not going well and we need to bequeath something as inheritance for our children that are coming, then that will spark a kind of rethink in our consciousness. Nigeria needs to start doing the right thing. My fellow contributor mentioned Ghana. Ghana had it very rough. As a matter of fact, they were coming into Nigeria to do teaching job, do, all manner of
things and stuff, sewing and all that.
They started from the scratch. They rebuilt that system. Can you imagine the number of Nigerian students that are running to Ghana for university education? Taking out money to pay the government and to pay for foreign education in Ghana. It is a shame. It is a shame. How much is the dollar exchange rate now? It is a shame. Things are going down. When there was a time I needed to do, do some, acquire some foreign education in Europe and all that. I remembered how much I paid for my exchange rate while the admission stuff was going on. But today is about 500 to $1, about 640 pounds. Things are going down, and the so-called leaders are not concerned. Because why? Many of them have stolen enough for themselves and for their, for their
generation. Yeah.
But that is not how to build a sustainable system. It is not how much you steal that makes you a thief. It is the act of stealing that makes you a thief. So fundamentally, this system that we are running cannot work. It cannot work. The art of government and the system of, political administration is not magical. It is sensical. You sit down, you analyze the problems, and you bring in people that can do it. We don't need 360 reps that will only go to Abuja and sleep during deliberations.
Mm-hmm.
Some will not even make a single contribution to bills, to legislation and all that. We cannot continue to sustain a system whereby 109 senators are not doing anything. And fly around town. Thank God for COVID. They have been restricted. They continue to move, and Nigerians love luxury. There's no doubt about that. They move around the world. All these stupid things. It is time to get to work and build a nation where our own children can be proud of.
Yeah, thank you.
We're operating right now is not sustainable. Thank you.
We're running out of time. Prince, I will talk to you in about 2 minutes. And I also want you to read this from Oliroti, that she's talking about whether the regional government then, or the regional system of government, addresses the uniqueness of Nigeria's cultural diversity. So I want you to possibly add it to the contribution that you want to make.
Okay, I'll first start supporting Mr. Lawal. How do we then get this present system out of there?
Yeah.
These people are sitting on a golden throne, and you want to eject them from it, you will have to use force. They are not ready to leave, and they've been recycling and reproducing themselves over the years, and they've borrowed billions, which have to be paid back. And once they leave the office, whatever they put there, still have to continue paying. So we are already in debt, in big debt. So to my mind, the only solution to changing things is the revolution. Anything short of failure, there's no way we can eject this from there. Okay, if we make proposals, we have made proposals, we have made suggestions to them. We prepare proposals for a couple of ministers that were pushed under the carpet. We made proposals to them. And it's not in their interest. What do you think they will do? We said we want a new constitution. They told us they can't give us a new constitution. So what next? In my mind, to change the structure, we need a new revolution. Now, let's go back to Oliroti's question. We're talking about the regional system.
Yes.
The regional system limits us, each tribe, to our region. What Awolowo was trying to do was to be able to bring the program that he did in the West to other regions so that everybody can benefit. But because of the tribalism that were put into politics, the man could not get across to the north effectively as he should have, because the tribalism was very ripe, nepotism was very ripe there. I got your point, Oliroti. I read your chart. Nigeria is so diverse, it's so big a country. We don't speak one language. We have different cultures, we have different attitudes to life, different religions. So how do we bring them back? If we go back to regionalism, we are back to square one. We're back to square one because the Western region is purely Yoruba. The East is purely Igbo. The North is Hausa Fulani. So where do we come in between to bridge the three cultures, the three big cultures? How do we do that? We need a revolution. We need a national language. which USDB proposed. We need a national language, one which brings all of us together, one which everybody can understand. Anything short of it, we go back to the regions, we will disintegrate again, we will be back at square one. If Lord Lugard listened to his wife, Florence, if Lugard listened to that woman, Nigeria would not have been merged. We would not have been merged together because of our different cultures. But the man wanted a large market, he wanted a large population. So he merged all of us together, irrespective of our differences. So if we have to go back to the regional system that takes care of our cultures and traditions, how do we then blend again? Now people are asking for Oduduwa, people are asking for Biafra, and the Republic is there. Where are we going? So only I quite understand your question, I understand your point. But for us, if we want one Nigeria, if we want one Nigeria, we need a common factor, a unifying factor that brings all of us together to understand each other without being involved with religion, no cultural instinct in it, no tribal instinct in it. We are just Nigerians. How do we do that? That would answer your question, because if we go back to journalism, we are going backwards.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prince Olusegun Oni, and our brother there from the United States, Mr. Biodun Obatosin Lawal. Thank you for joining us on the program, and we hope to catch up with you very soon as well, when we have topical issues that we might need your contribution into. If people want to get in touch with yourself, I will start with Mr. Lawal. If people want to get in touch with you, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
Yeah, well, I'm on Facebook with the same name, with the same identity. We can use that platform to build our relationship. Then after that, we can scale up. You understand what I mean? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. And then over to you, Prince.
I'm on also on Facebook as Prince Olusegun Oni. It's easy to catch up with me. I'm on WhatsApp with the same face, with everything. I'm very much alive on Facebook and
no dual names. maybe you don't belong to the political class.
I've not been able to pretend, but I'll say it.
No, some of them have dual names, dual identities, and all that, so they can do whatever they like with our lives.
I have nowhere to hide.
So thank you very much, and then we'll catch up with you very soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Host.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's a very, very wonderful session with Prince Olusegun Oni and Mr. Biodun Obatosin Lawal. And remember that our program starts at 5:40 every Sunday with a kickoff start with Itan Lede Yoruba by Lady IBK Akpekeade at 5:45. Now for our next program, this is a program that we are just introducing, and this is for us, especially people that are in Scotland at the end where we are in now, to get to understand the way the Scottish social works system works. It's something that is very, very important. It's a system that many people from the migrant community has engaged with, and which we believe to an extent that there has been a certain level of disadvantage. So we'll be on with Wura Ogunrotimi. She will be taking us. So please to stay on. Right, you're welcome to the program, Ms. Wura Ogunrotimi.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you are hearing us very well. So the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening once again. Thank you for having me. My name is Wura Ogunrotimi. I'm a social worker, so I'll be speaking from the capacity of a social worker, obviously. I think I think it's time that we begin to look at. So I'm an African, obviously. I'm a Nigerian and also a mother, and my journey towards social work was just based on my curiosity around the system and how it engages with families, not just moms and dad or children, but just as African community totally all together. So obviously in the African community we have the older, we have the youngers, we have babies, we have mom, dad. It's just obviously coming to Scotland. When you come to a new country, you want to understand how their system works. You want to know the do's and don'ts, and you also want to understand how to acculturalize yourself into the system. So that's how to integrate into the system. And obviously, because of the kind of jobs I've done in the past, I noticed a huge gap in the way the system engages with us. And I know for a fact that as an African, we're not. Hello?
Oh. We're hearing you. Keep going on.
I know that as Africans, we are not generally, as Africans, the system does not, from my experience and from working with people within the community, I know that the system does not necessarily engage with us. And although the informations are there, we also have another problem whereby we as African community, a lot of times we don't know how the system works until there's a problem or until we get caught up in the system. And that's when we begin to think of how to make the system work, So for me, it became something of interest for me because I just feel a lot of things that were coming up, they are avoidable things. And if we got to understand how the system works, it will be, we might be able to navigate differently. So in this case, we're going to be having series of conversations, and I would hope that it will be very interactive. So it's not a case that we're just talking. I'm going to be inviting social workers from different parts. So for me, I'm in children and families. So obviously I will be focusing more on the children, how the system works around children. I would hopefully get health visitors to come talk to us. But it's not about talking to us. It's about it being interactive. And I'm hoping that the African community would seize this opportunity, to ask questions. Of course, if there are private questions or maybe they are very confidential questions, we can easily talk about that maybe later, after the scene. But it's just, I think there's something, when I was growing up, my secondary school had this, my primary school, I think, they had this motto, knowledge is power. And the moment you know something, it's very difficult for you to miss the way, So I suppose the moment we understand how the system works, it makes life easy. So in today, I'm going to be starting off, obviously, because like I said, I work in children and families. So I will be starting off with the fundamentals or the foundation of the Scottish Children's Social Work Services. And the reason for this is, I think if we start from the scratch, a lot of parents might be familiar with what I'm going to show. Some parents might not be, but if you're familiar with it, you can talk about it. If you're not, we can still talk about it. It's still not a problem. And I think if we understand how it works, it's easier for us. And also, I know that the system, in fairness, they have a lot of information out there, but it's not about having those information. The question is, are those information, are they accessible to us as Africans? You know, because, you know, when we come in as migrants, right, the first thing on the mind of a migrant is how to settle into the system. And a lot of times we're probably having to settle, maybe obviously for those who came with visas, they need a certain amount of money to also put in their account in order for them to renew their visa. So looking at policies and legislation is the least of the worries. It's important, but it's not a priority. So you find that parents, obviously, they're settling their kids in school, nursery, you know, just the basics, but they might not necessarily understand how the system works. So hopefully, as we start this series, I'm hoping that we'll be doing this series every fortnight so that, you know, it gives people time to digest the information and hopefully to collate questions and also to come in and ask questions if they want to or if they feel they need to. And I will be as open as honest with my answers. Of course, the ones I can't answer because of confidentiality, you know, we can easily talk about that away. So I don't want people to feel pressured that they need to come in and, you know, come on board and say things that they feel, no, these are confidential things to them. So, like I said, the purpose of this particular session or this airtime is to get us to interact on how the Scottish social work system works. Because, you know, when we hear the word social worker, is a buzzword, even for the whites, for the majority culture, you know, it's a buzzword. Nobody likes social worker in their lives, you know, but it's a job and things, you know, they're there for a reason. So I think if we understand what it is, what they do, their role, how they do what they do, you know, we begin to make sense of it. So yes, that's me. Hello?
Do we need the screen?
Yes. Oh, yes. So I'll be introducing the screen. So we'll be having today we're going to be talking about getting it right for every child, which is the fundamental or the foundation of the social work engagements. Thank you, sir. So hopefully the screen is seeable, or, you know, people can visible for people to see. So for parents, I would ask, I mean, I don't know if people have seen, have you ever, maybe people have come across the word, my word triangle. It's usually called my word triangle in schools, in nursery, nursery schools, and I think with health centers, particularly children areas. This triangle will be something that will be very obvious. And my word triangle is literally looking at the child. So before I go into my word triangle, one thing I would say is, I know for us, the African community, we are more of a communal being. You know, our culture encourages us to be in a communal setting. So it's very typical for an African family to have mom, dad, aunties, you know, church aunties, mosque aunties. You know, we that when we use the word auntie, it's not necessarily someone that is related to us. Like I think there was a speaker before the last speakers who was talking about how our culture is a culture of respect, right? And every African parent, from, like I said, I'm also an African parent myself. When we have our children, our intention is to do the best for our children. Of course, our parenting might be seen to be quite different from the way the host community, also when I say host community, I mean the Scottish community, how they raise their children. But then I will also quickly chip in that when we say how the Scottish community raise their kids, we need to realize that in the society, we have three stratas. So we have the upper class, who are super rich, aristocrats. We have the middle class, who are probably professionals, you know, the professionals, you know, in their world. So maybe like the doctors, the QCs, the solicitors and co, you know, I'm just using that, you know, just to give us an example of what we perceive as middle class. And then we have the working class. So people who are not so much in that threshold of high earning. And what we've come to understand, because we always use this word African parenting, but the reality of it is what we term as African parenting is actually being practiced by the middle class and the upper classes. A lot of them practice it. So for the middle class and upper class, they have a lot of, you know, they rely a lot on the support system around them, just like what we rely on. So they have like the grandmothers, they have the grannies, they have the granddads, they have aunties, they have uncles, they have friends. You know, they are rich. They can reach out to their very good social network. And for us Africans, these are things that we do naturally, you know. So when we are coming from Africa, you know, we are coming from an angle where in Africa you have a baby. There's a saying, they say that it takes a village to raise a child. So in the African setting, a typical African setting, you know, if a child, if a young couple just had a baby, you know, it's not just the families alone who will look after the young couple or the young mom or the baby. They would, you know, it could even be your neighbors who would come and bat the baby. It could be a neighbor who is also a nurse who would come and look after mom, you know, to make sure that mom is okay and fine. In our culture, those are natural things for us. It is not abnormal that, you know, our neighbors or aunties or church members or, you know, friends in our mosque or friends in our whatever religion we belong to. It's not abnormal for us to have people come look after our children. And also, it is not also abnormal, you know, for us to leave our children with our neighbors, for our neighbors to keep an eye on them. And, you know, you even as a parent, you could be going somewhere, or maybe your neighbor is going out and you say, please, can you help me buy this? My sister, can you help me buy this? Or my brother, can you help me buy this? It's natural. But obviously, we are coming from a communal system into a mainstream system where it's very individualistic. So I'm sure you would have, most of us who have lived there for a while, you would have noticed. I mean, it's not even a while. If you come into Scotland or UK, the first thing you notice is it's a joke. They say to your tent, O Israel. So everybody's on their own. You become an individual. You know, you could even have neighbors and you don't even know who your neighbors are. Like I remembered when I moved into my property back in the days when I moved, I think 2007. It was funny, you know, I never really knew my neighbors. I think the first time I ever maybe knew who my neighbors were, or probably my next door neighbor, was in 2011. You know, of course, I see their cars and stuff like that. But, you know, in Africa, it's natural. You go, okay, how are you? Can I get salt? You know, they'll come and meet you. But here is a different ball game entirely. So for us, like I said, when we come into this country, the first thing we notice is that support system is gone. Yes, we might have an elderly, you know, we might be able to go to church, you know, we arrange childcare with our church members and stuff, but it's not the same because everybody is focused on work. Is it that we are working, maybe those who need to renew their visas, because of course, when you get your visa, the visa does not count from the day you walk into the country. It starts counting from the day you get it. So there's a race against time, you know, to ensure that you have the requirement to renew your visas. So as Africans, there's that pressure. And it could even be that in between it also, you know, we have maybe dads are going to school or mom is going to school, because one thing we must remember is Scotland has always, you know, they've always had blacks come to Scotland. But however, the influx of black wasn't much in Scotland until 2001. We began to see the influx of blacks. And when I say blacks, I'm using the word black this time around in context of Africans. That was when we began to see the influx of Africans, and not just Africans, young Africans, or middle-aged Africans of childbearing age, right? The influx in they began to flock Scotland from 2001. And one of the reasons for that is, I'm sure some of us probably were aware, they had the fresh talent. So the fresh talent visa allowed international students to come in, and once they come in, immediately after their studies, they get 2 years. And in Scotland, it was unique to Scotland for them to get that 2 years. In England, it was 1 year. But in Scotland, it was 2 years because the aging in Scotland, they had a diminishing population. And because of that, that impacted on their workforce. And remember, prior to that time, they were also badly impacted because of the Industrial Revolution that was, when Margaret Thatcher was in government. Scotland was badly impacted because development was carried across, but Scotland wasn't that developed. And obviously that led to the politics of Scotland demanding their own system, the popular West Lothian question, where they said the Scottish solution for Scottish problems, So, of course, I'm deliberately taking us through this issue so that when we begin to go deep down into the structures and how the system works, it begins to make sense to us. So obviously we've grown Scotland 2001, the influx of blacks, and by 2011, when they had the last census, it showed that there were 30,000 African families living in Scotland. Now, there were 30,000 Africans rather living in Scotland because they didn't count the kids. But what that meant was, so let's look at it this way. If there are 30,000 African living in Scotland, living across Scotland, we have Aberdeen, where a lot of blacks has always come to Aberdeen, particularly Africans from oil-producing countries, because Aberdeen is an oil-producing country. But what tends to happen is when these people come to Aberdeen, after a while they leave, they go back. So some of them probably were caught up in the system, some of them might not, because it was just natural. They didn't have to deal with the immigration system. However, because of, like I said, because of the influx of the fresh talent, which attracted international students, that brought about young families, young people coming to Scotland. And some of them, eventually, maybe they met their life partners, they got married, some of them had children, then also they had the highly skilled visa, which encouraged professionals from Africa and across the world to come. And because we have this long-standing romance with the UK system, because we're under the Commonwealth, we're a member of the Commonwealth, it was just natural that we would come over to Scotland. Now, what it was the Scottish system, proud to the time, has always been designed to meet the need of the Scottish people. And this time around, I'm talking about the white Scottish. It wasn't designed to address the design of their policies and their laws and their legislations did not look at the diversity in the system. So it was only when they began to see the huge influx and began to see people settling into the system, then obviously there were errors that were made. Some of us would have heard the Victoria Crombie's case. Some of us would have heard about Damilola Taylor's case. Some of us would have heard about Stephen Lawrence's case. Those are high-profile cases that brought about questioning around multiculturalism. What's the system doing around it? And he deeply touched on the institutional racism, because a lot of the system, the policies and laws was not designed to address these differences and this uniqueness or the influx of multiculturalism that we began to see across United Kingdom. So, based on that, the Scottish government, obviously, they had their own parliament in the 90s, and like I said, like every other country, like every other region, they were focused on the white Scots. But obviously, with Scotland changing, like we know, I've been here since 2003, and I remember when I first came, I was always, when I saw a black, I was always very excited. I didn't mind who the black was. I was excited to go speak to a black because it wasn't common to see a black on the streets. And I mean Edinburgh. So obviously, the Scottish system now began to look at the multicultural, the diversity. And based on that diversity, obviously, they've not gotten it right yet, but they had to create their own policy. And as we know, some of us who understand this, the history of Scotland, Scotland has always had Scotland is like a different country entirely when it comes to certain things. So social work is a very good example where what works in England does not necessarily work in Scotland. So in Scotland, we have what we call we have the 1994 Children's Act, which looks at two key areas, right? And the two key areas are the best interest of the child and the need and the views of the child. Now, this 1994 Children's Act was set up after the UNCRC charter, which every part of the world were all present. And that was when we all began to look at globally, we began to look at the right of a child. So the Scottish Children's Act 1994 focused mainly and tailored their laws and they tailored their legislation to meet the agenda of the UNCRC. And in meeting that agenda, then they came up with what we call My World Triangle. And it's popularly known as Getting It Right for Every Child. I'm sure some of us who are professionals would have heard, in short form, Getting It Right for Every Child is GEFIX. That is the short form. So it's something that they say loosely. It's an abbreviation that some of us will be used to. If you're not used to it, I'm sure those of us who have children, little children in school, maybe nursery, primary, secondary, who would have seen this triangle called My World Triangle. Now, My World Triangle, the aim of it is to look at the child. So it's looking at, there are three things to the child. So it's looking at how the child is developing, because the physical development of the child matters to a child. You know, as a parent, you want to know how your child is developing. Is your child meeting the milestone? Is your child physically fit? Is your child, you want to look at that totality of that child. Then you're looking at the wilder world of the child. Who is in the life of the child? You're looking at school. You're looking at education. You're looking at GPs, that's medicals. You're looking at if you're religious, you're looking at churches. You're looking at different we're looking at different angles, to the child in this case. And also, you're also looking at the people who look after the child. So the parents are involved. The family is key to the child. And aside from the family, you have health, you have education, you have everybody who is in care of that child. So in Scotland and across the United Kingdom generally, so we have what we call the early years. So in England, you have what we call the Getting It Right for Every Child is GEFIC in England, in Scotland. But in England, it is called Every Child Matters. So maybe some of the parents, maybe some of our viewers who are parents who have come from England, you would have heard the word Every Child Matters, right? Again, the scenario is the same. It's looking at the totality of that child. So we're looking at the home front. We're looking at people who are looking after the child. When we say that, we're talking about professionals. And then we're also looking at the development of the child. So we're looking at psychological, emotional, well-being. We're looking at just the totality. Now, for this, the reason... Sorry?
With time.
Oh, the time.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
The time. Just try to round up with the...
Oh, okay. So, the reason for all of this is the reason for the my word triangle is we'll be looking at the risk indicator for the child, risk indicator for the child's wider world, and risk indicator for the parent or the carers of the child. So in all of these, I think we're going to talk deeper about it as we go on. But this is just to introduce us to what it is, how the Scottish system views it, work around children, and also how the professionals work around the children. But like I said, as we go on with time, we would be able to expatiate, and we'll talk deeply about each and everything that makes up that component.
So thank you very much.
Yeah.
And by next week, I think the listeners and watchers will join you for another session. So thank you very much, and we'll catch up with you then.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, are we getting your voice? Did you check your voice, please? Right. Okay, Zainab, are you hearing me? You are hearing me? Okay, that should be fine.
Yeah, I think my voice is, everyone can hear me correctly. Yeah, I can see people smiling at background. Okay, so my name is Zainab Aro Shere, and this is Zainab's Gist Lounge. I'm so sorry for what happened earlier. I think I did something like my settings on my computer was not right, so I think I fixed that, and we are good to go. So yeah, this is Zainab's Gist Lounge, and this is where I'm just going to be like giving my own opinion on what I think on what has happened in the past week. This is basically my own opinion, and yeah, it's just my opinion. So yeah, earlier this week we saw a second phase of NSAS protest in Abuja, Ondo, and Lagos states. Quite a number of people came out to protest since the demands have not been met and people are still witnessing police brutality in some part of Nigeria. So I'm going to be showing you a video now of some places where the NSAS protest took place. Okay. So NSAS protest, I think that was Ondo State. So I'm going to show you another video now of the NSAS protest that took place in Abuja and also Lagos State.
These are the Abuja protesters. Can you see the crowd? People came through.
Yeah, so that was Abuja and Lagos states. Meanwhile, in Lagos, there were reports of heavy police and military forces at the Lekki toll gates. So people were no protest happened at the Lekki toll gates, because I don't know if any protest happened at the Lekki toll, they might shoot another person or people, because here the case of the last NSAS protest that happened at the Lekki toll gate, the judicial panel, they've still not concluded on what happened, who gave the order, or nothing. We are just like in the dark. We don't know anything. So I'm going to show you another video of This video I'm about to show you is like a video of what happened to some guys on Wednesday at Ijebu. At Ijebu, they were harassed by police. So I'm just gonna show you the video now.
I saw this guy, this guy come down. No, why will you say that? Why will you say that? That's what? Why will you say that? That you fuck. Are you lying? Why will you say you shoot him? You said you kill me. Why will you say you shoot him? Why? You said it online. Why will you say that kind of statement? Why will you say that kind of statement? What's the way for me? My film. Does he say you don't kill? What's that now? You can't move that, Denny. I have called my own statement here. The question is.
That police officer said, Makpai Madesalo in Yoruba, and that means I will kill you and I will run away. Or they've given us order. So, like, who is giving these people order to kill young Nigerian citizens that are not even doing anything, that didn't do anything to them? Makpai Madesalo. These guys were just driving, but were stopped by police, and one of the policemen mentioned that they were giving orders. And my question still remains, what order were these police officers given? Why would officers continue harassing young citizens of the country after all that has happened during the NSAS protest? I still don't get it. Okay, so last week, Governor Sanwo-Olu, the governor of Lagos State, gave 10 million naira each to wives of police officers killed in the NSAS protest. Mr. Governor, I don't know, did you also give 10 million naira each to the parents of NSAS victims as well? Why is it only wives of the police officers you're giving money to? Because I still don't get it. These people that died, they have parents, or they have wives, they have children. You're not giving money to the NSAS victims as well. You're just giving to the police officers' wives alone. Well, I think, it just came in that the Lagos State governor, I think that was yesterday, Babajide Sanwo-Olu he tested positive for COVID-19. The Lagos State Commissioner for Health announced this on Saturday. Mr. Akin Abayomi said the governor is experiencing mild symptoms and fatigue, typical of mild case of COVID-19. In a statement, he also added that the governor is being treated and is closely being monitored at home by a clinical team from the Infectious Disease Hospital in Yaba. We wish the governor quick recovery. Wahala for Nigerians. So, I mean, there is nothing our eyes is not going to see in this country. Mr. Chairman Abdurrashid Maina, he was accused of 2 billion naira fraud and he fainted in court on Wednesday. Mr. Abdurrashid Maina is a former chairman of the Funds Pension Reform Task Team. He collapsed in court on Thursday morning, December 10. You guys should just, we need to tell these people that this trick of collapsing during court case, it has come, like it's over. We now know everything. We know the trick. So they should just like come up with a new trick and stop tricking us. So I'm going to share a screen of a video where this man fainted in court for everyone to see. You will not stop doing what is not right.
Contact court security, let them direct you to the medical section. You can call the judge, doctor to come and
This man, he fainted. They charge you to court to come and defend the fraud. You are fainting. That's how they just be fainting up and down when it's time to defend. When they are in court, they'll just be fainting. So parents, I just want to advise parents to be careful with your children. This man was arrested for child theft in Enugu State. He said he lured children with biscuits and egg. please, though, let us buy a lot of biscuit. I mean, cartons of biscuit in the house for our kids. So someone out there are not just going to lure them into kidnapping them because of biscuits, just ordinary biscuits. Take a look at this video where this man was confessing. The video is a bit long, but yeah, it's worth it when you watch it.
Talk again. Okay. What you do? You sell Pekin as in how? Explain. How you dey sell Pekin? How you dey get the Pekin when you dey sell? You dey thief Pekin. Which kind Pekin? Which kind Pekin you dey? Like how many years? What you go thief?
2 years.
2 years Pekin. You go sell and give who?
One woman.
Wetin be the woman name?
Woman no tell me name.
Where the woman dey?
It's there for Port Harcourt.
So where you dey thief this Pekin from?
Umochala.
Where Umochala dey?
Arara Junction, Umochala.
Where Arara Junction dey? Aba.
Aba.
Okay, so you go thief the Pekin from Aba. Eh? Carry am go Umochala. Carry am go Umochala.
I go thief am for Umochala.
Use them to hold. Hold on like this. You hold one.
I go thief am for Umochala.
Carry am go where?
Abia Hotel.
How you dey carry the Pekin? Wetin you dey tell the Pekin when go take follow you? You dey drug am?
No, I dey buy am biscuit. Or egg.
If you buy am biscuit or egg, he go follow you. Then which kind motor you dey enter comot?
Na machine I see, I dey enter. If na keke, I enter.
Nobody go stop you for road. Ask whether the Pekin na your own. And the Pekin no go dey cry. Okay. So how many Pekin you don thief?
Now this one, that one wey dey carry come give me. Na 2.
You don thief 2 Pekin. You don thief 2 Pekin. How much you sell 2 Pekin?
The woman give me 100,000, share it 50,000. Give me 200 for this one. For one.
So the Pekin when you thief na boy abi na girl?
Yeah, boy.
The 2 na boy. The woman say make you thief boy.
Yes.
Wetin the woman dey take the Pekin do?
Tell me say they sell am for people wey no get Pekin.
2 years Pekin.
Yes.
Okay. You ask am how much in dey sell am?
I know I say.
Okay. So wetin come bring you here?
Na because of the stealing of a child.
They come catch you. Who catch you?
Na SARS.
No be SARS. Arrow come catch you. Come catch you.
Don't catch me for Enugu.
For Enugu.
Yes.
Or you dey hide. Okay. So you, wetin be your name? Chinonso Silvanus. You are the talk.
This man here is my uncle. The one that sent me to go and bring this Pekin.
To go and thief this Pekin.
It's the one that sent me to go and thief this Pekin.
So you thief am from who?
I thief am from. I thief this boy now from our mother's shop.
Wetin the mother dey do?
The plate head.
The mother dey plait hair. You can't enter inside thief the Pekin. People not see you when you dey thief the Pekin.
People see me.
But they don't know.
People see me the time when I carry am because the woman know me.
Okay, the woman know you. You and the woman are friend and neighbor. The woman can't know they suspect say you dey thief the Pekin. You can't carry and do it.
I can't carry am, can't give my order.
Okay, your guy saying you may go the thief Pekin. Okay. So when you can't thief the Pekin, how much your guy give you?
Give me
15,000. 50,000. Your guy give you 50,000. Okay, when you thief the Pekin, what thing you take the 50,000 to?
I use the 50,000 and go to.
Go wrong, go away.
And my brother tell me to go or go to Port Harcourt. I said that I'm going to because people have known me that place.
Okay. So the Pekin when they thief, your guy tell you what they use the Pekin do?
Say me, my God tell me that for those who don't have any child.
When they born you, then thief you. Voila. You get picky.
Yes.
You get picky. You say your picky join. Okay. No voila.
You are from which state?
Imo State.
Where in Imo State?
Mbano.
Mbano. What about
And
you?
you are?
From Ogun.
Where in Opingwa?
Nenu.
Nenu.
What is your name?
Chinoso Sivanos.
Speak loud.
Chinoso Sivanos.
Ekenedu.
How they take cash you? Who cash you?
It's Arrest.
RRS cash you. For where they cash you? For where? What did they do for that or they hide?
I know they had his work.
Okay, so that is it, guys. Look at the people that are stealing kids. I can't imagine what their parents are going through right now. Well, just because I came in early, but yeah, someone was on the show before me and she didn't leave early. And yeah, I also came in and my network was doing anyhow, my sound was doing anyhow, and then I lost my time. So yeah, that is what I'm just gonna say today, because some people are already at the background and they're also going to have their own show now. So guys, that is it with me on Zainab's Gist Lounge today, and I'm going to see you next week.
Everything is system like that. Oh. Welcome TCT. Yeah, welcome back to another episode again. I think this one is like the last one before the end of the year. And this program we just talk about everything from an Afrocentric point of view. And yeah, thanks for joining us. Joining me today is my guy. I got Anigo.
One and always.
Yeah, the one and always. Yeah. So yeah, for this episode, we're just talking about pretty much we're just doing a recap on 2020 and how it's affected us personally, how, mentally, physically, and yeah, just all that. Study, yeah. Earlier as we were talking before the show started, I was asking like how's like the situation COVID created affected you like personally?
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, obviously the situation for COVID, especially for like yeah, especially for people our generation, right? Yeah, has been we've not experienced something like this. Like people from our parents' generation or older generation, they've experienced wars, like they've seen
No, you're fine, man.
okay.
Yeah,
It's going good.
yeah. I'm just trying to make sure. Sorry, it's like technical difficulty. Okay. Testing. Can everybody hear us? Okay, I think you're okay. Yeah. So what were you saying?
Good
Sorry.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just saying like people from our generation, right? This is the first I'll say major like disruptive moments we've had in our lives, right? Like on a large scale. Now it's globally, but things that parent generation have experienced things like regionally or continentally, like people had like or our grandparents like things like world wars and stuff like that. So this is the first for our generation. So it's something new for us. However, I feel like how it's impacted mentally is kind of just giving us the time to like pause, because I feel like as in everyone was everyone was going through life and life wasn't going through them. And then now it was like, oh wait, no, as in you're actually you're part and parcel in this thing that's happening. Like you have an effect. I think it's just a minor thing, right? The fact that people are not flying anymore has obviously reduced the amount of carbon emission. Just something like that. You won't really think about it, but just like the effects that you're not seeing every day because you're just waking up, having a shower, getting your coffee, going to work, coming back, eating, sleeping. You're not really affecting how your little cog in all this massive machine. So once everything can afford, give people time to introspect, but then also time to rediscover and re-strategize and redefine like your path, like what should I actually be doing and how should I be doing it, and what are the new ways that I can be doing it? As in how adaptive am I if things change? Like now that I can't touch people, like how else can I still express what I'm trying to do, whether it's your business or your art or whatever, or in your relationships, like how do you engage with your friends and stuff like for people who are trying to so yeah,
but do you think like so this situation, right? Okay, as good as it has been, obviously it's created like some difficult like financial situation as well in terms of like small businesses like closing and all that. Do you think it's easier for us to recover now as opposed to how like post events of this kind of situations that new people that recover from? So in terms of like with like technology, so what I'm trying to allude is like with technology now, do you think that it's easier for us to like recover, or do you still feel like it will take time for us to like recover from like the economic setback?
I mean, individually or as a society?
I'd say as a society, whole.
I'd say as a society will be easier for us to, or not easier.
Without going on any recession?
I'll say we'll probably go because recessions are cyclical. Depression is the kind of like big one. And then it's like, I mean, recessions are bad, but depression is like after oil, that was kind of like depression. Like, globally everything's fucked up. But I don't think this will have like go to a global depression. I think it will be because most things were turned off intentionally.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a disaster happened and caught off guard. Yeah, caught off a bit off guard, but a lot of things were still proactive. So because of that, we know how to flip back on. It's not like the switch is broken. Like it's just that we turned it off. So I feel like there will be a lot of like policy changes that will help stimulate the economy again, and might not get back to the same level, but you never know. It's like it's a gamble. Like you don't know what's new things. Like look at after the oil depression came the social media kind of boom and all that stuff. So you never know what will spiral out of this and then kind of spark something new. So.
Me, to be honest, like the way I see it, like I think the future now is like with video calls. I think like we'll see video calls will have like a different kind of importance because obviously before it was just like a thing where you just use socially and all that stuff, and then for work they use like work conferences and stuff. But I think more than ever now, I think COVID has highlighted and showed like the importance of like video calls. So like going forward now, we start seeing like different, maybe like in the workspace, for example, it will be disrupted by like video calls, because we don't have access to always go to the office. So like video calls, I think video calls will probably like take over in terms of like technology. But I'm just curious to see how they can like make it like a bit cool, because like just going on a computer logging in is not, you get what I'm saying, like it can be boring sometimes. But like I'm actually sometimes like I'm a bit curious to see how like they'll change it. But yeah, what else again has happened this year in terms of recap? BLM. Oh my god,
BLM is going now.
You think that's still going again?
I mean, obviously the George Floyd one was significant. It was a significant moment, but I mean, I don't feel like it was. I mean, you saw that in Ferguson. You saw that. You kind of see it almost every day, or at least every election year. There's always a big black. Yeah, so I feel like this is just the most recent one.
But do you think this one has like it has the impact?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to impact. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're saying, okay, I just want more people to know about this, then obviously it's impacted. But in terms of, we're looking for certain policy changes or certain, I don't know how far that has impacted. So it depends on what, it definitely would have some impact, but I mean, I think that's more time after a lot of policy.
Yeah, I mean, all right, cool. But in terms of all this, like even going forward, because I don't feel like black people again will ever have an opportunity. Well, in this lifetime anyway, because all this pandemic thing happens like once every 100 years, right? I don't think we'll have anything. We'll have an opportunity again to, like, voice our concerns of society and stuff like that. So how do you think going forward we should approach stuff like that? Because we can't keep protesting, understand? Like, it's just the same thing. You protest and everybody just observes. They do exactly what they're doing right now, and every franchise will adopt Black Lives Matter. And it's almost just for like, it's like tokenism in a way.
Yeah.
What do you think is like the most effective way?
I mean, I feel like there are multiple ways. Like, I mean, it's a combination of different ways to actually become
Okay.
right? And protesting is one aspect of it. So protesting would have its benefits.
But we can't protest again now. We won't be able to protest again.
I mean, you can. I mean, protesting is just drawing attention, right? It's doing anything to draw attention.
Okay.
So you always find. I mean, Kaepernick found a new way to draw attention. Yeah, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, but
so everyone will find a new way to.
But I'm talking about for this magnitude again. Like, it will be difficult for us to find like the right time to like raise like our voice for it to have the amount of impact this one has.
But I mean,
to create this kind of impact again, what can we do?
So again, I feel like what is the impact? And I feel in terms of being effective, the question you have to address is what is the impact you're looking for? What in terms of, because I don't feel like protesting in itself is as useful as what you're using it for. So if you're just protesting for the sake of it, with no real intent of what you actually want, you're just saying Black Lives Matter. Yeah. I mean, yes, okay. I mean, I don't disagree, but if it's Black Lives Matter, which is why we want you to do this, then I feel like that would always still be effective, like regardless. Like in the next future, if something has happened, you can still raise a protest and it will be effective if you actually have something concrete to ask behind it.
Yeah. So it should come from like an asking point of view. But I don't understand like why. Yes, that's actually true. I just realized like most of the protests we actually do is we're just angry at the situation.
Yeah.
We're not really like demand. Okay, no, we do demand stuff. That's not fair.
In this recent one, I'll say probably that may be something to take from the recent ones. At least they had some agendas, and you also said in the end sense that we had asking points. So hopefully that gets strengthened. Like it becomes more concrete. You get what I'm saying? It's not everybody just throwing in or asking. Someone is saying Black Lives Matter. Again, not trying to be controversial, but we want trans people to have bathrooms. That's fine, as we want trans people to have bathrooms. I'm not saying this was an example, but I'm just saying like people will start putting different as in demands on that stuff, and that would help. So it will get better, and okay, this is clearly what the agenda is. It's stated out, it's clear. Everybody knows what it is. If we get better at that, then it becomes more effective because boom. It's like when so take for example like you have like a professional organization, a sports organization, like they have like players organization and then the owners. When they're making a deal, if they don't reach an agreement, you have kind of like a lockout, right? Which is where one party decides not to come to the table. So that's just what it's going to be. It's not going to be we're going to be here for 1 week straight. Hope that news stations will carry it, and then it's touched the hearts of these our leaders. And like Nana is one of us, as in this everything is shut down. Because that's what the locals say. The whole NBA shut down. As a player will make money, you as an owner will make money as well. We resolve this. That's what Nigeria, as in Nigeria,
Even though Nigeria,
everybody should be like that. Like everything should shut down. It's not like everything is still going on, but we're asking you to please remember to
like give us that. Of course, I'm not gonna remember.
We're gonna make this admission right now. So I feel like hopefully that's the state. That's when we're actually protesting. But, yeah.
Do you take it closer to the motherland in terms of like the NSAS stuff and everything? In terms of like revolution as well, going forward, in a country like Nigeria as well. Like the other time, like when you spoke about it, you said like like we should start get more involved in politics and all that kind of stuff. Apart from just getting involved in terms of politics, like what other conscious effort do you think we should take in order for us to like achieve like the revolutionary like goals we want to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. Politics is one of them, and doesn't mean we should go one for politics, but it's a two-way street, right? As the person voting, like you also have something to gain, so you should have something to contribute. And it's not that.
Well, I'm talking about this, even from a diaspora point of view.
So what else should we do?
Yeah.
So apart from politics, I mean, it's hard to say apart from politics because to me, I feel like politics is. I don't feel like politics is just one thing. I feel like politics is everything.
And don't you think we can even like create is like an industry for ourselves and just?
But that's still going to be political. Like
it's still going to be political.
Yeah, it's still. That's I feel like having that.
I mean, but the music industry is not political.
Having the music.
Like the music industry is not like in night. It's not. Is it political? It's not really political.
I mean. But then, political in the sense of traditional politics, right? You're going to have, you're going to always have situations where suggest like Fela's shrine that got locked down by the government. So now the musicians have to have some political influence.
Yeah.
So I feel like everything you should do should be to go to have political influence because that's going to society. Right?
Yeah, sure.
You represent yourself. Everybody represents themselves. Yeah. So you need to have your best interest at heart, and then when you're coming to the table, you need to be able to influence other people. That, as in, I'm not necessarily trying to make you not get interest, but I need to get my interest. So if everybody has that mindset, that no, I deserve something. I'm not just a citizen, and then you're the politician. You tell me do this and do that and do that. I will give up something. Even going back to things like take for example, when we talk about privacy and security, right? In order for you to have more security, you need to go with your privacy.
Yeah.
So in order for that, I'm like, okay, I'll give you something, some bits of this, but I'm expecting you to give me something in return. So yeah, I feel like everything when you're going about your business should be political. When you're going about your friendships should be political. When you're going about your relationships, your spirituality should always be. And I need to make sure that I'm living the best life as I possibly can. Not at the expense of someone else, but as in that I'm living a worthy life myself as a human. So I feel like that should be people's. That's what we should be doing.
But see, okay, that's fair enough, right? But arguably again, like that same like mindset is what people argue is what building like it takes us backward. You understand? In terms of like your own, like you want your own self and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But my own thing is mainly is the mindset. I think if there's a way we can change like the mindset of like the masses, even maybe through like, for example, we have like Stronghold on Twitter, right? I don't know if somebody is like, or not, if a group of people can just come together and create like a hub of like, Twitter following where like they're releasing like really educational facts about like Nigeria that people will be interested in and all that kind of stuff. I think people should follow that because one of the biggest thing I think, as opposed to like, being conscious of changing Nigeria, I think the mindset as well is something that is very, very detrimental as well. Because although everybody wants something, if the mindset is just me, myself, and I, at some point they'll use that same thing to like disrupt the progress you guys are already making. So I think I think for me it's definitely just one mindset, and I don't know how diasporans can play this thing, can play a part in it, because honestly I think we should identify. I think maybe even through like, I don't know, try as much as possible to invest. Like the investment opportunities we don't get over, we don't have like the investment opportunities we don't get the opportunity to do here. I feel like we should, save up money here and just like try and experiment in it like back home. Like before you know it, like you don't know, you might have like a business for, taxes less, like it's not tax system is not as crazy as here. So I think one way of like, of the looking at this as well is just do business. Like, I don't know. But if the government could even support like a scheme as well, I think that would be dope as well. But
if the government, if only the government.
So yeah, right.
Yeah.
You're right. Everything has to do with
That's
politics. It has to do with politics.
So definitely.
Yeah. But, what else again? NSAS, BLM. Oh, religion as well was something that I feel like there's so many pastors. There's like during this period as well, I feel like it was a moment of reflection for a lot of people, because even during the NSAS movement as well, you could see like the people under, actually even from the COVID era, you could see religious leaders like get under fire, like someone like Pastor Chris was under fire for trying to link COVID and like 5G. He was trying to link COVID and 5G, all that kind of jazz. How, like, what positive angle do you think religion can be used in Nigeria to repair Nigeria?
So I feel a key part is religion. Most religions try to address the moral aspects of our lives. I feel like for religion to play a significant part for us as Nigerians, is religion should also start addressing the material in terms of how we should go about not just thinking about our spiritual in this place of heaven, or how heaven wants to go to a hell on earth, but also like how do I also handle this material? Like how do I treat my environment? How do I treat the people around?
Like the Christian way should be applied to
thinking about like having that mindset of okay, as a Christian, my business will never be rude. You get, as a Christian, my business will never be involved with fraud. As a Christian, my business would always be performing excellently. As a Christian, my staff workers always be paid well. As a Christian, my staff will be paid on time. It's that mindset of like, or as a Muslim or whatever, but the religion, when you're going to me personally, when you're going to church or the mosque, I feel like the preachers should not be talking about, they can, because everybody enjoys it for this full conversation. But they should also be teaching people, this is how you should set up your bank accounts, this is how you should set up your businesses, these are the information, these are the tools you need. That's what the church is about, how to help you deal with actually that material side.
I agree.
That's I feel like they can play a big role, Nigerians.
Okay. I have this interesting question too, right? Do you think the reason why we have like all these corn passes in life, do you think the reason why there are a lot is because they too don't believe in the Christianity they're teaching? Because surely, like, if they're calling people, surely they just see it as a business avenue and all that kind of stuff. So, but like, why do we have this pretend culture like in like Nigeria?
That's true. We actually have a massive pretend culture.
Yeah, like because most of it, like even if somebody's lying, because he's either your elder or something, you can't say anything because you don't want to be judged by the rest of the people. I don't understand. Why do you think that's the thing though?
I don't know if I feel it's because everything is either love or fear. definitely that low. Is it a positive driver of negative driver? And I fear like there's some fear of the unknown, some fear of even the known, some inferiority complex. But yeah, there's that mentality of don't challenge it, it's just the way it is. Like, it doesn't make sense, but let's just do it. This is what they told us to do.
That's daft.
But it's akin to me of people like again, like I feel like all these things came from personally. I feel like all these things came from I feel like it's PTSD from being dominated or colonized or subjugated. It's kind of it's kind of mentality you have of, when you have the mob boss and you have the henchmen. It's like just shut up and move the money and don't ask questions, because I'm terrified of whatever this guy is thinking about. Like when he finds me, I don't want to know what he's gonna do to me if I mess up. So that's why I feel like it's some kind of fear, whether it's a fear of God in itself, whether it's a fear of authorities, power of authorities, with the fears of other people if they'll be rejected. I don't know, but there's some innate fear that makes us not want to challenge the status quo or something like that. And yeah, I feel like that's where the pretend culture comes from. When we know really you need a private jet to go in your ministries, and I'm hungry.
I'm giving you the 20,000 that
I just I paid my rent this month, but you need this more importantly. But it's cool. Yeah, the 20,000.
Like it doesn't make sense. Like
they've come to accept it.
But I think again it all boils down to like just the listen of hope, right? Because I think it's so it's very common among like like developing countries or countries that don't have like a lot of money or their economy is not strong. It's like there's this like anything like just like the mere action of someone just telling your life will be okay. Like it just sounds so crazy to you, like I'm great. They just want to sacrifice they just want to sacrifice everything. Like I don't know. It doesn't I don't know. And it feeds into like a very like bad vicious cycle, because like it creates ignorance, and then the people on top of the food chain just never change. So it's just like one person, and it's actually crazy. I don't understand how like the African society is done. But I guess like even our culture has contributed that as well, because our culture emphasizes respect a lot, right? Which is decent. But then
which is fear.
Respect
and fear of the same one.
Oh,
so if someone is very respectful, there's an aspect of fear that comes down to that. So,
but wait, what is it like? Can you define what fear is from that retrospect?
I don't know what specific, but I feel it's
in terms of like how can fear respect as well?
So yeah, you respect people that you're afraid of, because you know that there's something they can, or positive or negative. Yeah, like you can say, oh, if I don't show this person respect, this person will stop giving me this positive thing I'm taking. Or if I don't show this person respect, this is giving me a negative thing I don't want. So it's either fear of losing something positive or fear of getting something negative. That's why we advocate respect. And no one just respects people.
There's always something. It's either you admire them, or you just like, oh yeah, this guy has something to just completely end my life.
So, and it comes down to that. And I feel like that's where, even going back to hope, right? That's where hope comes in, because hope is the irrational answer to that fear. Because you don't have any other rational answer.
So you just have to believe. You close your eyes. I believe.
You have to happen. You have to happen.
Oh my God!
Because I can't accept the fact that I have no rational answer to this fear feeling. I can't confront myself. So I just have to have this irrational. And sometimes it keeps you alive or sustains you long enough to figure out the rational answer. However, it's also a vicious cycle, because I feel like
the people that are aware of everything that's going on will make sure you need help. Just continue to make sure you need help. And that's actually crazy. And that's why, again, I think it's very, very difficult for knives to like change like that again. Because ultimately, that's what is going to happen for a very long time, right? Because right now, it's like the main way of making money is just like keep massive amount of people ignorant, and they say like looking around the people like enjoy the world, not for the money to be growing. And for that to change, that take a long time because these people too they will get intelligent in their own ways as well. So for you to like even knock them off, like it will be very hard for you to do. And with their Western partners, their Babylon partners. Babylon. The Babylon partners, like the Western partners, like it's almost impossible for us to like, achieve.
Yeah.
Damn.
But
we can never achieve it.
The
man.
thing is that there's always more of you than there out there. That's I feel like another mentality.
No, but the brain power is more of them than more of us though. They have more like they understand
per individual maybe, but as a collective, there might be more of you. You never have a system where there are more oppressors than oppressed. There's no balance. You're not going to have more lions than cows. You're going to obviously have more cows than lions because in this system, the lions they need to eat and bounce and enjoy themselves. So there'll always be less oppressors than oppressed. So you always have numbers. So it's just how do we connect our numbers and actually make it significant for us to do that. So maybe individually, obviously, that more will be helped. That's wiser, but you can connect more people together, then I don't know.
To be honest, like I have hope on our generation in terms of like revolution, but the more and more you think about it, man, it honestly looks impossible to achieve because there's just so many steps you have to come down. It's just like for it to even knock at the door, it's so hard compared to like grabbing the handle and then open it. Like it's so hard.
So sometimes you just have to go on one big swipe. Just have to do kamikaze. Helmet person. Let's just shut yourself down and then maybe then. I mean, whenever there's a revolutionary point, it comes down to war. I'm not saying again, I'm not proposing for war, but I'm just saying, yeah. Sometimes it does come down to that. Sometimes it does come down to we have to take you back to resolve this. Because
all right, cool. Let's take our
let's just because we can't this diary is not working. So I feel like it's that like sometimes you have
to work out for them.
Hopefully it doesn't, man. No one should know that. Apart from pancakes. No one else benefits from work.
But to be honest, like I think even this whole pandemic is kind of shaking the table as well in terms of that conversation of like dividing knives and knives being more of a treaty than a country. But to be honest, I think we've gone way past that right now. I don't think that's the conversation we need to be having. Yeah, like I feel like the conversation we should be having. Because we're here already. What's up? Like we're here. It's there already. Like why shouldn't it dissect it?
Why is it better way to manage? Why is dissecting the better way to manage?
It can't be a better way of managing it. Why not? I mean, because there's still good. Like, I mean, there's still always. You know.
I mean, I'm just again postulating. Like, I mean. What if someone came with a good sounding idea that comes down to dissecting? Like,
I won't be mad at it, but the thing with Nigeria is like even see how we had like states, right? I think that's what's gonna happen, and just we'll have a third nation. So you know how we used to have like maybe like 10 or 6 states like that, and now we have 36. Like once we divide Nigeria once, everybody will like their own like peace because we've made it now easy for us to achieve the vision. So everybody's going to pray on that. Like the corrupt people always pray on that, like pretty much. So now if you have like East, for example, people from Port Harcourt are like no, want our own republic too. People like and then people from different states as well just want their own country. Like I feel like it's just drive that narrative and it's just
it's always a risk,
what we're trying to achieve is just gonna go past that.
Yeah, I feel like but within this system. So it's always a risk, and I agree with that. But within this system, how that threat is still there. Because going back, if said let's take it back to regions or whatever, dissect it back to maybe run by a treaty or whatever, I won't break away. also have those people trying to further break down the divide, right, within the group. Right now, you're still going to have people further breaking down the divide. I won't dictate 6 states you already have now. Still, some people be like, nah, this is those people. Let's split this, let's split that. So you're always going to have that.
But the thing is, like, if we are together, like, at least we still know whether you break into like 50 other states, we are still Nigeria.
So is it Nigeria together as a treaty, or normal Nigeria? You have like individual new sovereign countries. Like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about like all us not splitting?
Or no, us not splitting. Like, I don't feel like as a country we should split, but I feel like our government should split. Like,
okay.
So
go like regions.
Yeah,
split like Nigeria. Okay.
We shouldn't split. It should be like it should be like the government of the north, government of the south, government of the east, and maybe someone central. But I don't like, because if that happens, man, everybody will just break. You just feel like Plateau nation, like what?
Wow. Okay, no, that makes sense. I just it's not when it doesn't even make sense in this global era that we live in now. Like, we need obviously the congregation, and help. No, I definitely agree with that. I don't think we should speak that.
So going into like more personal shit, right? Personal situations, right? How has, or what's the biggest lessons you learned about this year? What have you learned that's changed you like significantly? Or in what ways have you changed significantly? Actually, so that you don't have to explain any situation. What ways have you seen growth?
I think I've become more
self-conscious.
Not really self-conscious. Self-invested.
Self-invested. All right.
Yeah.
Want to elaborate? What's self-investment to you?
Self-investment is I've invested more in myself. So I've personally I've rejigged the share of my efforts into existence, right? So I've redistributed the way I shared out my efforts to myself, friends, family, loved ones, the world, in terms of blah blah blah, and I've redistributed, and I've allocated some more portions to myself. Invested. I've taken very invested that my return. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of, because touching back to COVID, like it made you introspect and like, okay, actually it's like a pit stop in a race. Yeah, because it felt like we're in a race, a continuous race.
Very true. You know, like everything was happening fast. Like the jobs happening, blah blah blah. You have to go here.
Literally,
you're going out. Clubs going on. Like you never had time.
And you never realized it. No. The same thing that when I was living in London, like London is so fast paced. That is to me is mental. But I never realized it when I was living there for 5 years. I thought this was just wow, this is amazing. Yeah. Until I stepped out and came back, I'm like, no. So we've not realized it with this break that this is, you're not supposed to be living like this, man. Yeah. Like we need breaks. We actually need breaks to actually, like, touching back to what I said, we need lockdown periods. Like during Christmas. Like from I was in November to like February, especially in countries like.
And to be honest, like you can work from home. Not
come on, and some like maybe some special like events or venues should remain open, but it actually should still that people should chill. Yeah, like actually pause. Very good. Pause. Think about yourself. Think about yourself. Like they should not really joke. Like you say positives of COVID. Shootings have gone down. Hey, think about it. Everybody had to stay at home. The guy that was about to shoot up the place, thought about it. Now he's gone home and said, wow, that
was
doesn't
good.
make sense.
That was that.
He wouldn't have had the chance if COVID didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because everything's going fast with it. I'm like, this guy called me this yesterday. I'm showing up to school tomorrow. But there was no school tomorrow.
Yeah, literally.
So I feel like we should have that culture. Like,
No, that's actually
science.
that's
We should have that culture. Even again, this is why the Bible is sick. God rested. As in, there's actually an importance of you need a break. You need a break in life, man. For yourself, self-care, self-love.
But you know the thing is, we're caught up in a capitalist world that emphasizes that like if you sleep.
If you sleep,
yeah,
if you're caught sleeping.
You can never you can never make it. You can never make it if you sleep. So you have to keep going 24/7, So obviously, like that's the motivation that's driving people. Yeah. And obviously, the more people do that, it's healthy for the economy. So I'm sure the government is not mad at that. It's like it's just more taxes that are going to be coming. So it's like, I mean, it's easier to say than done.
It's not a sustainable investment.
How is it not sustainable?
It's an investment that pays off in short term, like now when that's
fast
bomb, But as in your workforce, the machine is gonna die out quicker. So as a long term, as an investor, like let's talk about the people in charge of society or wherever, the all senior, not whoever designing this stuff. Long term, you don't want people to do that. It's not going to be good for mental. Like you're going to have more of this chaos, more of this infight.
But then, to be fair, even technology is even disrupting that as well. Like you have like robots and all that kind of stuff. Like more machines, even in the supermarket, you have like more machines and like people like in counter and sales and all that kind of stuff. I think that will go into like our own workspace as well. So what I'm thinking is like I think we'll probably be forced to probably like get locked down or something like that. Or we'll be forced to like take care of
taking.
Yeah, because like I feel like machines are replacing like.
But the thing is,
faster now.
Like it's not like machines are helping us out with doing efficient stuff, allowing us to do the efficient stuff and benefits. Like the way they're introducing machines, which is the problem. Not that machines are a problem, but the way they're introducing machines is the problem. Is the fact that because we're still living in that before COVID, because we're still living in that competitive capitalist environment, we now introduce more players into the game, introduce machines which people now seem in first I was in competition with every other person. Now I'm in competition with every other person and machines. So that created a lot of mental stress that a lot of people that face like dealing with that kind of environment. Having COVID shut down, having everything stop, having everything chill. It's okay. Nothing is gonna happen. Like we can
no days off.
We can actually take days off. We can take days off and survive and be happy.
No, that's true.
That's fact. Like we actually need to address that aspect of taking a pause.
Right. So taking a pause has changed you to like Shapes 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always something. But this was. I would say this was the.
This year is
you know how you have iPhone goes when they come from 11 to 12. And there's the new year. But you know, like 11, how 11.1. So that was a big jump. It was a jump. But how for you? How's it changed?
As I said, man, it's just like roundabout same answer as you, like in terms of interest rate. But this one is more from like, just being more conscious of everything around me and just understanding everything around me like much more better. I think my mindset towards religion as well kind of grew a lot. I had doubts, but then the amount of time I had in my head and I had in my hands, I was able to
process it.
Yeah, I was able to process it and even understand why I was skeptical of it. So now, like, I'm sure I'm religious, but I understand what I'm practicing to get more. Also, in terms of even just like energy, attracting like different energies around me, it's been like, just sitting down, just thinking of, different people that affect your life and all that kind of stuff. Because as you said, everything is fast paced, right? Like you're meeting everybody like non-stop. You don't even know who to appreciate. You don't even know who to appreciate. You know who to appreciate. So yeah, just even that as well. Just thinking, spending time with those people that obviously Doing something to you is actually pretty cool. Just it even makes you like understand your vibe a bit more in a way where like you know for sure this is somewhere that can definitely chill with. This is somewhere that 6 o'clock, man. Like I'm feeling sleepy. I can't chill. Like yeah, where's the gloves? Get the fucking gloves. But yeah, just that one. Self growth, all that. Always updating as usual. Trying to be healthy. Even conscious of my health as well. I think this COVID as well has made me, it's made you conscious of what you're eating as well in a way. I don't know, did you put any guilt inside you in terms of like just for me, yeah, I think just staying at home and just because like now you're conscious of like what you eat in the house, and then you realize that oh my god, I've been eating this for so long. Like, why have I been eating all this kind of stuff? Like, so it just makes me more conscious, and I'm actually eating better as well, which is actually pretty dope. So yeah, now it's been a year of self growth, man. It's been a year of self growth. As much as it's been challenging, but it's been alright. What are you looking forward to next year? What am I looking forward to next year? Self discipline. I want to improve like self discipline in terms of routine. I want to create a routine. I want to create at least even just one routine that I can stick with for the whole year. That would be pretty cool. What about you? I'll say self expression. Self expression. Yeah. You want to be crying? Nah. No, as in more as in expressing myself, expressing my ideas. Okay. Kind of expressing creativity and manifesting. So I mean, like this year, you can't achieve what you wanted to set, right? Those goals. Actually, a couple of goals. Do you have like anyone like next year? Yeah, one that's particular, like a particular one that you're looking forward to. Oh yeah, I've got one. So I'm trying to start off. I'm trying to start a digital musical experience. Playlist. Yeah. To be honest, your playlist has been I can't lie, it's been consistent. And it's improving every time. Yeah. So trying to set out and is one of the goals for next year. But how are you gonna do that though? Is it just posting on Instagram or what are you gonna do? No, I've got some strategies in my head. Or as like Steve Jobs, like unclassified information. I mean, I'm still working through it. Once I refine it, then is it gonna get an app? Probably not. No. Well, why not? Never know. I mean, apps are not easy to make and maintain as well. So make and maintain. I have contract. I need a contract. How much are you gonna be paying? I know how much. The bullshit way. I'll be coaching. I'm coaching the better. Well, yeah. So it's one of mine for next year. But just in general, it's more. That's one of the goals, but it's more of just it's more of self-manifest, as in. So it's like the thing about like producing and that, like the researching and theorizing and stuff. So it's now start using. Yeah. So it's more of that. That's what I'm looking for most likely using different parts of myself, not necessarily business, like but all around. Yeah. Personal, friends, family, relationships, business, work, just more self-expressing. So yeah. I don't know. For me, what would I like the biggest thing I want to do? Like, so I have a farming idea that's in my head, and I want at some point next year. I don't know when, but I want at some point next year. I want to see I've achieved that. Okay. Yeah, like I don't know. I want to go into like maybe cash crop farming. I don't know. And all that is all research. I think I spent like this whole year just like figuring out exactly what I want. I mean, you wouldn't have had the time.
That's actually true. That's actually why I would say I appreciate this year. Because there are a lot of things that I'm looking forward to next year. I wouldn't have probably had
For real?
the time to even think
But do you
about
know? But like normally, do you know like just interest rate? Maybe just
it. I do, but as in it's now it's been so before you're introspecting on divorce, you're not as um I'm gonna say efficient because they're still efficient, but you're not still like you're not so before you're like it's quick.
Yeah.
But now you're able to read the paper a bit more. You're able to think about other different ways you could have done it. Like you're able to expand. So I feel like it's that like
That's true, actually.
yeah.
That's actually very true.
So
Because like, guy, I drew like a complete like a plan of exactly what I want.
yeah.
Whereas before we just be like, I would just be saying what I want to people. Like now, I actually do have my plans written down. and everything.
And time is the ultimate resource. And we got time this year that we don't realize. I hope
I think we need to
people
make
realize.
conscious. I think we need to make conscious effort to allow us have as much time in society.
Literally, I'm proposing for that. We actually need
But
time.
But how can you really achieve that? Okay, in workplace, we can say working from home, right? Flexible working.
Yeah.
But then,
Yeah. Part of
but you
part
have
of
to
flexible-
work like society, like
No, but part
society
of
functions
flexible
on
working, which
Yeah.
is what I've been trying to again think about, is we need to decouple what working means. Like working is not job. It's not a job. It's not like an allocation like from distance. I mean, some certain people have that. Like some of them are doing that kind of jobs, right? Some people are doing like face-to-face jobs. Like
Yeah.
obviously they have a certain allocation that to do. Yeah. But for a lot of the masses that don't do that kind of job, you should have a system where job is integrated into your life. It's not I'm waking up to go to work. It's I'm waking up, I'm eating, I'm brushing my teeth at school. But
yeah.
as in like okay, so I wake up in the morning, I feed my kids from 7 to 9,
Yeah.
school. From 9 to 11, I start some work stuff. From 11 to 12, I go out and play this kind of sports and get my exercise. From 1 to 3, I go out and do this. From 5 to 7, I sort out the solar stuff I work from 7 to 12. Obviously, there's a lot of intricacies to work out, but it's that consciousness of, as in, it's not this 9 to 5. As in, I'm allocating times based on like I'm setting my
But like based on what benefits me. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But reason why I'm saying it's hard to achieve it, right? Is because like the whole like society functions on money. The more money you have, the more peace of mind you have, you pay your bills and all that kind of stuff. So even if you're gonna do that, you find people. If you say we want to do flexible working, now you still find people like squeezing like they dedicate like maybe like 12 hours to like their working time, and it still leaves you back. And this one is the worst because you're gonna be on the screen for a longer amount of time, it's affecting your eyes and all that kind of stuff.
So some people dedicate 12 hours.
Yeah, because if you say, for example, you have to get 2 jobs to survive, right?
Yeah.
So it means like
but that's part of. I mean, for that to work, there's a lot of changes that need to happen to society. So that's why I feel like it's a system that work on that economic socialism, not capitalism. Capitalism, to me, capitalism is done. Like it was needed to get us to the Industrial Revolution, but we're going past the Industrial Revolution.
And now we don't need that.
We don't need capitalism. Like we don't need to be living that. And COVID has shown us that.
Yeah, true.
With the advent of remote working, like all this kind of technology, Zoom calls, and everything, we don't.
There's already too many established like industries already.
Exactly.
Like you just need to just create jobs to maintain them. Actually, that's fact. Because like financial sectors, for example, we just need to make sure that the money is moving well in society.
There's not much more you can innovate on all that stuff.
Unless you just do technology. Yeah, just technology
just
that you do.
fine tuning. So
Exactly.
The system is already built. Capitalism has built that. So we need to move on to expand.
Socialism.
Economic socialism.
Economic socialism.
But that'll come like when people don't feel the need to have 12-hour jobs. Like all my basic needs I feel like for most people, once your basic needs are set, most people are comfortable. Not most people have that. Like I said, we're talking about this is a sociopathic thing to have that alone. I want to do this, I want to be a politician, I want to do this, I want to do it. A lot of people are not like that. A lot of people just
comfortable just being okay.
So once those people are out of the way, everybody's chilled, the company, the society has manifested, there are people that want to get their kick out or whatever from a competition, and they can still get their kicks out. It could work as best as it possibly can until maybe at that point when it's no longer beneficial. So that's true. I think that's a different point. But that's a good point. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a good year. I mean, we've set up TCT podcast.
TCT podcast, yep.
So
we're going to be back. We're going to be back
next year.
Exactly.
Different formats. We clean up. We set up set location and everything.
We're gonna have a home studio. Home studio. Hopefully I think that should be a goal of TCT. We're going to get a home studio and we'll come back with more juicy topics, more breakthrough.
Oh Lord. Yeah, we have to get some things the next episode.
But anyways, thank you guys for joining us on this podcast. I hope hopefully we'll join you guys again next year.
And I can see guys on Instagram.
Yeah, you can guys on Instagram. Things come together. Our YouTube page is on. Our YouTube page is on. Things come together. So yeah, everybody take care. Enjoy the rest of the year. Myself, Esla. Merry Christmas. Living Christmas.
And you go have a blessed new year.
All right. Thank you.
Right, thank you for joining us for this week. That's closing on with Chips and Esla on Things Come Together. Remember, next Sunday, same time, same station, we're here. Join us on Facebook Live. If you are watching me straight on here, either on Facebook Live or you are on YouTube. And remember, you could check our website as well. We've put the link right on there, where you'll be able to actually check each segment. So please do stay on with us. And we promise you that coming back, I mean, we're still until the end of the year, but we are putting things together to give you more programs and resources for next year. Until next Sunday, do stay safe.